So, good morning, everybody. We're very, very glad you're here. And Trish, looking for a spot? Yeah. Thank you for coming, and for those of you who are listening online, we also thank you for participating. My name's Janet Banke. I work with the accountability system here at the Coordinating Board, and I have beside me my colleague Gabriella Borkman, who also works with accountability. If you think it would be useful, we can go around the group and have everybody introduce themselves. Otherwise, people online won't know who you are, but I think that would take quite a while and not necessarily be that beneficial. So when you talk, if you're here in the room, you're going to need to talk into the microphone so that those people who are listening online can hear you. And when you do, please state your name and maybe your institution so that those listening will be able to identify who you are. They'll be able to see you, but chances are they won't be able to read your nameplate. So if you do that for us, that would be great. For those of you who are online, you should have a conference call number that you should be able to dial in, and we hope you'll keep that conference call on so you can just interrupt us at any point in time and say something. So Sue, as far as you know, everything's working for the conference call, right? Okay. Well, if anybody is listening online and has dialed into the conference call number, if you would please speak up and let us know there's somebody out there who we can hear. Oh. Okay. Okay. If you are online and going to be dialing into the conference call number, the one thing we ask is that you keep your phone muted when you're not talking to us. Otherwise, there's a lot of feedback on this end for us. Oh, and just a couple of other logistical things. We're not going to take a break this morning or probably this afternoon, so if you need to break, just feel free to get up and go outside or stand up or whatever you need to do. The facilities are across the hall in the middle of the building, and if you need a drink, there are some drink machines. They're a little bit hidden. There's a hallway on the on the west side of the building, because it depends on which door you go out. So on the west side of the building, there's one hallway down towards the center of the building. It's quite long, and you'll need to go down quite a ways, but then you'll find drinks, water, if you want bottled water, and cold drinks down there. Okay, I think that's it for the beginning parts. Susan Brown's going to be coming down in just a few minutes, so she'll talk to you, I think, about what she thinks your role is and welcome you and thank you for being here. This morning and this afternoon we're going to talk about the accountability system itself. It's been 8 years since it was started. 2004, Governor Perry issued his proclamation declaring that we should have an accountability system. And although we've been looking at the measures regularly and kind of tweaking them, we haven't really looked at the accountability system itself for kind of full-fledged evaluation of the system and the measures. And we know things are constantly changing. We want the system to stay up to date as much as possible. So we'll be talking about that this afternoon. The first thing we're going to do, though, is talk about faculty workload measures. Now, our commissioner, first of all, how many of you have seen the Higher Education Almanac? Anybody seen it or heard of it? Hey, great. Okay.
For Texas.
For Texas, yes. It was put out last January in advance of the session, and from what we hear, very favorably received by members of the legislature. They like it a lot, and a lot of other people have told us they like it a lot too. We had thought we were going to be modern and go online, and so we wouldn't have to be publishing things all the time, things that would be static. But there you have it. We have a big static document that's going to become an annual publication. So many of the measures that here's Susan. Good. So let's just say many of the measures in that almanac are similar to those things in accountability, but we have been asked by the commissioner definitely to add a measure on faculty workload to the almanac for this fall-winter version. So I'm going to turn it over to Susan. Let her say her.
Hi. Hello. Sorry I'm late. I'm not all together right now. So I really appreciate everybody coming, and Janet is right. We have been asked by our commissioner to add something to the almanac on faculty productivity, teaching load. We are very open to any ideas people can come up with. We understand that there's some issues with the 8, and we're working on those. We're going to be working with some institutions to try and get that stuff corrected. But we want to make sure that I don't think that we can do a complete faculty productivity. We don't have the data, and we aren't really interested in collecting that much more data that would be required to do something.
You entered 4-5. To accept, press 1. Otherwise, press 2 to re-enter the billing identifier.
Uh-oh.
I guess Sue's at work. She's checking the conference call. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So that's kind of one of the main topics that we're going to need to talk about today, is to try and get some ideas. Obviously, we can, whatever ideas y'all come up with, we can run some numbers, get them out to everybody, and kind of get some input back on them before anything actually gets put into the almanac. But that has been a request that we've had from our commissioner. So obviously we will be doing something about that. That's kind of the way that goes. Are there any questions about that, or any ideas that y'all have?
So we need to get
quiet group?
Yeah, no,
Susan?
they're
Yes.
just.
I have a comment about faculty workload. It's a little bit tangential to what we're talking about today, but I know that faculty workload credits are a factor that go into the cost studies that are done to look at the formula funding matrix. And at the present time, I believe that every institution enters their own faculty workload credits according to their faculty workload policy. So
Right.
I'm curious as to whether the coordinating board has done any kind of a study to see how much variation there is among institutions in faculty workload policies. If there is a lot of variation, then it may be difficult to come up with some kind of an agreement on what type of workload credits should be used as a common measure.
Yeah, and the faculty workloads do vary by institution, because there's the big variance that we've seen, and it wasn't a numerical study, it was just looking through all the different policies and kind of comparing those policies. The biggest difference seemed to be that the buyout credits and how that worked, and what kind of equated to a teaching load, that sort of thing. That was where the differences came into being. So, and that's why I think we almost have to limit it to a teaching load and not to a productivity or complete workload, which are, as everybody here knows, very different. But I think we have probably better information on teaching load than we do on productivity. We don't know how much research anybody's doing. We don't know how many committees they're sitting on, and, truthfully, I don't think we need to know. I think that is up to y'all, and I'm okay with that. So.
What's the emphasis? Is it on SCH? Is it on head count? Is
That
it
is
on
up
classes
to,
taught?
that is
I'm
all
not asking
open.
about workload. I'm asking about from the coordinating board's perspective, and the reporting data that you're currently gathering, and the commissioner. Is there a major focus? We've heard a lot about students taught from the governor's agenda. What do you see as the major areas of interest in terms of faculty teaching workload?
And I've gotten questions on 2 or 3 different, kind of coming from 2 or 3 different perspectives. One of them is looking at number of courses being taught, which, you can go from a 500-room auditorium to a 5-person graduate program, and how do you equate those, and, all that. There's all sorts of issues with that, obviously. To looking at it FTE per FTE, something that simple. How many FTEs on average? Because, this is not something that's going to be an individual faculty sort of thing. This is going to be an institution-wide look. So,
I think that we would all respond that it's disciplinary specific, first of all. And secondly, I think the same question that we asked, and I'm going to look at Roy's back behind Steve there, in value added, I'm going to raise that very same question, what's the purpose? We need to know what the purpose is before we form the research question, before we form the methodology.
And as Roy knows, there's a lot of discussion about faculty right now. And we're getting, there's interest from various regions, there's interest from our board members. I think we have an opportunity to shape what the question should be, because I don't know that they are sophisticated enough in their knowledge of all the data to know what the right question is. So I think we have an opportunity to shape what the question should be and then to provide them an answer. So I think that's kind of the good news there, is that we have the opportunity to shape the question.
Susan, in the measure that will go into the almanac, do you think the commissioner's only thinking about a single measure for an institution?
I think because space is an issue in the almanac, I don't know how many of y'all have seen it, but space is an issue in the almanac. I think he is one, maybe two, if we can fit it in. But it's going to be limited. I'm not saying that it won't do. We may be able to use just the student-faculty ratio, but we wanted to open it up for whatever kind of ideas people could come up with.
And even though the specific short-term purpose of this conversation is for the measure for the almanac, we do know that this is a topic that's going to come up a lot. So we might as well be thinking about it a little bit broader than just the measure that goes into the almanac, and get some ideas from you on, and I know we've had, as the coordinating board, we've had a conversation with institutions over many years about faculty workload measures, but there are always the questions of, do you want to look at undergraduate versus graduate separately? Do you want to also think about the types of classes? And I know that's always a big issue. In the past, I think we've mainly focused on organized classes, so that would be labs, lectures, and seminars. But, okay, Juan, and Juan, being the first person to speak, you're going to need to grab that mic. Somebody will hand it over to you and turn it on, please.
Okay, here's the good news. This room is getting remodeled right after the board meeting, so hopefully they'll come up with a better design.
Or as we call it, re-remodeled, because this is the remodel. So.
Just adding to what Valerie was saying earlier, I recall when we were first putting together the issue of how to indicate the difference between the institutions. I mean, if you look around the room, you've got all the way from technical to academic to medical institutions. And
no, not in this group.
I'm sorry. Okay. But you're going to have different types of parameters with regards to faculty load based upon the type of institution that you have. And so one of the things that is going to be very difficult to come up with is a common denominator that would be that would apply to all institutions. Personally, I think that the best measure would just simply be the section load or the class load of the faculty member, because you get into student faculty ratios, you're going to have some faculties that carry much higher loads than others. You may have, for instance, as was mentioned earlier, an auditorium where you've got 500 students. Well, a lot of times you've got a TA for that, not necessarily the professor. So how do you measure all that. And again, the fundamental issue is that you have such a wide variety of institutions that it's going to be a bit difficult to find a common denominator to be able to apply to all institutions across the board.
Okay. And I know that Juan is with an upper level institution. He's getting fewer and fewer institutions in company with that one, since most of them are moving towards four-year institutions. But I personally assume that anything we put out, we will encourage everybody to look at the peer groups so that at least you won't be comparing UT Austin to Rio Grande. You'll be comparing other smaller institutions. Okay. So he brought up a couple questions on the class load of each faculty member. Does that, if we have more than one measure, and discipline would be great, but I think in reality, at least short term and probably for accountability, we won't have that much detail in there, which I know is a problem. So we need to figure out, should we only be looking at a few disciplines? Should we leave out many of the disciplines or lump them in groups like core disciplines and other disciplines? So we'd like some thoughts on either what you are hearing on your campus, on what people are saying in terms of what they'd like, what your board may be saying that they're interested in. We know for sure anybody from the UT system, they have board members who are very interested in this topic. Yeah, why don't I move that?
Hi, I'm Trish Norman from the UT system, and we are creating a dashboard for our system and for our institutions. One of the measures that we're going to be putting up on our dashboard is the average teaching load credits per tenured track faculty. And we are separating that out by the type, of institution, whether or not it's emerging research, UT Austin, or our comprehensive campuses, because the comparisons are different. But one of the that does bring in, if you're using teaching load credits, that there are different policies for each campus, and trying to make those similar, I think, could be a potential problem, but it helps us to know whether or not we're meeting the board minimum requirements for the teaching load credits.
Are y'all doing it for all your disciplines combined, just to average for the institution?
Yeah, and we're actually averaging it across 4 years rather than just pinpointing 1 year, especially since this was such a new metric, and it's changed and evolved over time. So one of the things that we did was do an average. So you might want to consider 3 or 4 years as an average.
And we do that on some other, maybe not on accountability, but for some other projects we're working on, we do 3-year averages and that kind of stuff. So that's not a problem.
And we've also done some analysis on the semester credit hours for our faculty, and that might be something to look at also if we wanted to go that route.
Trish, have you asked individual institutions how they're determining their teaching load credits? Has that been part of the discussion?
Yes, we have, and we've gotten from each of our campuses kind of their methodology for those calculations, and kind of done some
differ a lot, or
they do differ, but once we kind of really looked at it, it wasn't major differences.
Okay. If we were to use teaching load credits, and some of you may be a lot more familiar than I am with what happens at your institution and other institutions, do many of you have concerns about the manner in which your institution is determining teaching load credits being significantly different than the way other institutions are doing it? Do you know enough to...
Over here.
Okay.
This is, excuse me, this is Bill Fannin with UT Permian Basin.
Hey, Bill. Thanks for listening and participating.
How are you, Dave?
Good.
I know that as we move toward comparisons, because the policies were not created, you do find differences, both legitimate ways of interpreting stuff, but they then lead to different measures. So, for instance, department chairs, are they budgeted at when they have a reduced teaching load? Are they 100% faculty? and then it's listed as a 02 in a code, or are they 25% instructional support, and that would be out of the denominator. And when you think about a series of departments, that makes a reasonable number of FTEs, which of course reduces your ratios or raises your ratios. And for small institutions, that can put you in a significant difference. And so as we looked across the system, we did have to bring some balance on how those sort of things were counted. If you gave a release for the faculty senate chair or a few others, we did need to create them because the original policy was not done for comparative reasons across institutions, but that's what it's now being used for.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have comments on that topic? Yes, and if you could hand the microphone one back.
Dwayne Gardner from Texas A&M Kingsville. We are in the middle of revising our teaching load credits right now, so it's very fresh on my mind. Looking over the A&M system, we find that everybody has a different formula, and the real disparity is undergrad versus grad. So I think one thing we might want to take a hard look at is separating the two as metrics, such as semester credit hours, undergrad per faculty versus semester credit hour graduate per faculty. For instance, some institutions will count a doctoral class as double, multiplier of 2. Some don't multiply it at all. Some ramp up the teaching load credits for master's classes, and some do not. So really, the A&M system's all over the board on this one.
Okay. Susan and anybody else who wants to say something, do you think if we limited the measure for the almanac to the undergraduate teaching load that it would be worthwhile or not?
I think we ought to at least run the numbers that way. My impression is that a lot of the focus is on trying to ensure that the undergraduate students get a really good education. I think they feel like the graduate students by then know enough to get that education. True, not true, I don't know. But, you know, I think there is a focus on undergraduates. So that might be one way to kind of narrow down some of those differences. I'm not sure that would kind of limit how you do the teaching loads and if you're able to use the teaching load credits, because I think that brings in a different complication. So I'm not, yeah.
I think we would have a problem knowing which faculty to include in a ratio like that.
Well, and that is a whole problem because I would assume you have very few faculty that teach only undergraduate or only graduate. You've got a lot of crossover.
Oh, and there's no guarantee that what they do in the fall is what they do in the spring or what they do next fall.
Right.
So I can't imagine how you would calculate something only for undergrads in a school where you've got everything going on.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Like I said, that does bring in a separate complicating factor, and so.
The other thing that I wanted to comment on is I'm a little bit concerned about the data that the coordinating board already has when it comes to faculty data.
Yeah, and that we'll talk about that as we go along. But if we can talk now too.
Well, I don't want us to start making assumptions about what's been reported on the 8 historically.
Historically, okay.
Without really understanding that what goes on in your budgeting process is not necessarily what's going on in the classroom.
And as Joe pointed out, we use the teaching load credits as part of the cost study right now.
Right.
So I'm hoping that got cleaned up, because if y'all are using it that goes into the formulas and everything else, I'm hoping that we have at least somewhat clean data on that. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I mean, it is that data is already being used, tied to money.
Going back 4 years, though, maybe.
No, going back to 2001 is when we started using that. So Yeah.
I have another. This is Joe Meyer at Texas State University San Marcos. I have another comment. If we're really talking about teaching loads in terms of credit hours, I think the range of teaching loads is going to be pretty narrow among institutions. If the people interested in this metric are really interested in faculty productivity, then that's really not going to get at it, because institutions that have inadequate faculty resources are going to be teaching larger classes to meet the needs of the students, and so.
Well, and I agree. Here's the problem I have, is that I know we don't have a lot of the other productivity measures at all. We don't have any of committee work, as I said, research, we don't have any of that stuff. And so I'm trying to narrow the focus, even though it may not be exactly what they're looking for. I'm trying to narrow the focus enough to get at least somewhat of a little bit of consistency. I'm not going to say it's going to be consistent. At least a little bit of consistency among the institutions.
Yeah, for all its faults, I think the student-faculty ratio is probably the most commonly used measure of that type of thing. Mm-hmm. I know there are problems with it. I think everybody would agree with that. But in terms of usage, it's probably the most commonly used message or measure
Mm-hmm.
in guidebook publications and that type of thing.
Right.
And I think from a coordinating board point of view, we're pretty certain we'll get questions beyond that one, and we're going to need to have other things to report, maybe not for the almanac this time, but in general as we move forward. So there's kind of a double question here. What we're collecting on the 8, does it seem to make sense? We had a review of the reports that we were collecting. We worked with institutions, and we didn't get a lot of comments on the 8. We may need to go back and think about, are we collecting the right things? Now, that won't help us short term because we won't have any data for a while. But do you think there are enough problems with the 8 that we need a deeper look at what we're collecting, how we're collecting it? Any opinions? Yes?
I would say yes. This is Libby Barlow at the University of Houston. We're sort of stunned at what we've realized recently about the differences in how we're all completing the 8, let alone what's being asked for. I think that's a discussion worth having. Okay, and it won't happen here. That will probably be an assignment given to a lucky group of folks between now and the meeting in the spring, so that we'll have at least something to go on. But yeah, one thing we know is we've tried to give a lot of flexibility to institutions to do things in a way that fits what's happening on your campus, but what that means is we've got a lot of variability, and the variability, because the report's the same for us, we don't really see it exactly, so we don't know what's going on. Yeah, somebody want to comment online? Okay. Well, if somebody wants to speak up, just let us know and we'll stop. It's as simple as things like the way the lecture and the lab are broken out, and we know that UT, for instance, does it one way. Texas A&M does it a different way. That makes it very hard for us to come up with even the count of classes and things that match across just two institutions, not across everybody. So we will have to have a conversation about, if we're going to have to start comparing a lot more, do we want to give a little more guidance? And that's just a question. That's not saying that that's what we think, but it's if the institutions have choices on where they go in the future with doing things, should we encourage going in a uniform direction if you're going to be making changes? So those are the kinds of things that I think from our point of view would be worthwhile to have as a conversation with first the small group and then the bigger group. We hate to have to spend so much time on something that's kind of so nitty-gritty, but there's just no way to get around the fact that the data that we have affects the way the measures can be run and the results because of all the differences. So you guys are more familiar with those differences and how they affect the results than we are, really. So that's where we need your help. Yeah. Oh, pass the mic back, please.
Is this working? This is Sherry Kogel, UT Tyler. I don't know if many of you are running into the situation that we are, where we're finding instances that we're doing things that are not reportable to the CB, teaching out-of-state distance-only students or self-supporting programs, that our faculty are being productive in using those, but that's not going to translate to this system. And I'm really still unclear about what the purpose of this measure is and what conclusions will be drawn from it.
As far as what conclusions will be drawn from it, I think that will somewhat be determined on what we put forward and how we phrase the questions that can be answered out of this. So I think that we have some ability to shape. We are getting questions from, I think this all has to do with the tightening budget situation, where obviously legislators, regents hear comments about, well, faculty don't work very hard, they're only teaching 4 courses and blah, 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 yeah, or they're only teaching 1 course, how could they possibly be being productive? We need to be able to provide information. You know, we're trying to help inform, make some information available so that they understand a little bit more about that, you know, a 3-hour course is not, you're only working 3 hours. Yeah, everybody here understands that. I'm not sure that message translates all that well. I don't know that anybody has, I mean, a lot of people have I've heard in different contexts where they say, oh, well, that's just stupid. We don't need to answer it. That's just stupid. Everybody knows that's not what it is. Oh, I think that needs to go away, and we need to explain why it's not that way and not just say that's just stupid. We're at a point we can't do that anymore. Go ahead, whoever's got the mic.
If I could very quickly, in all the conversations that we've been having right now, comments and whatnot, they are directed towards faculty workload. Is there a difference between workload and productivity?
I think so.
Is productivity something more that deals with numbers, credit hours, whatnot, other than just simply a workload? Does it deal with other issues?
And I will give you my productivity. To me, would include, you've got faculty members who work on committees. You've got faculty members who do research, they do different community service projects, that all goes into productivity. The teaching load is, you know, you could measure it, number of courses they teach, number of semester credit hours generated. There's all sorts of ways of coming up with what the teaching load is. Y'all report to us the teaching load credits for your institution. Now, we don't have a standard policy, which gets us into a whole different realm of problems there. But I think that's, to me, some of the biggest differences.
I think we thought that workload would be an easier thing to start with than going directly to productivity. And I mean, I would include in what they're, you know, this is my concept of what the anonymous they out there are thinking. How much are students learning from all these faculty members? That's one of the things, and that would be really hard to get at. So we're trying to pick off what we think would be the easiest of the issues. So we're going to, even though it says workload/productivity, we get that same, we get people using those synonymously, whereas for us they're not really synonymous, but we want you to be aware that the productivity issue and the question is still out there, even if we concentrate on workload, because it would be easier to measure at the moment. Pam? Push it up on the other side. Yeah, that side.
Pam Hawes, UT Arlington. The people that are going to be looking at this data and wanting to know how productive faculty members are they going to understand teaching load credits? And maybe Trish can speak to this as far as her experience with the regents and teaching load credits. They really only make sense to people if you give them what's the expected number of teaching load credits. And if you tell them it's 18, that's not really true because there are so many other things that can substitute for teaching courses. So, you know, in terms of providing something that might be more easily understood than numbers of students people are teaching or, you know, some of the other measures we've talked about, it strikes me might be, it's a less calculated measure, and so it might be easier for people to understand without a lot of explanation. And also, I had one comment about the student-faculty ratio. That would be very difficult to do if you only want to look at tenure track faculty. When we calculate our, I think, when we calculate our student-faculty ratio, we're doing it for all faculty. I suppose you could try to look at just the semester credit hours generated by tenure track faculty, but it would be more difficult.
Yeah, and the one we report in accountability is for all. Valerie, did you want to? Okay.
Yeah, and I may be, this is Donna Lang, I'm from A&M at Galveston, and we're having some of these conversations on campus too, and I think the broader question about myth busting about faculty don't work is a lot driving some of this discussion. And I want to, you know, just kind of lay it out there that I don't even feel like I have great data on portraying some of those things either at the local level. I can map teaching credits pretty clearly. I can map the student-faculty ratio pretty clearly. Productivity, very, very fuzzy. And in my reality is that once a faculty member is compliant, we don't fully document everything else they're doing because they're compliant. So you're not getting a full picture from anything that I look at in data about what reality is, about what that person is doing in the work environment. If I was trying to think about the only place that I might say, this is probably what I would go and pull, and it would be the annual performance evaluation for that faculty member, because then they put all this other stuff in there that I was like, that's probably the only place that I could say I could get close, because they would list their journal articles, they would list their committees, they would list all these other things. So when I think about the aid, I think about my workload, I think about all these things, I have major flaws in all of them. So,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
Well, wish I could give you better news.
Who has? No, and I think we kind of suspected that. That's why we're having this conversation instead of just coming up with a measure and using it. Is I don't think any of us have a real high level of confidence in the aid. The teaching load, because it's used in the formula, was my best shot at using something that has been used before and vetted out with, you know, everybody. So, and another reason why I'm like, oh, we can't say productivity, we don't know. So.
Just on this, and if you teach higher education, which I do, you love this stuff. This is great. You know, this is the ethos of what we do. So it's very engaging. It's also extremely multifaceted. It's also the subject of a lot of people's careers, books, journal articles, and it's not something we're going to solve easily from a metric perspective. So I guess having gone through the last accountability processes, what I would ask is, can you very narrowly specify a charge that you know that your board and your governor and your constituencies, and I am speaking to the coordinating board, wants? Susan, you made a reference to SCH generation. It is not a metric related to quality.
Oh,
And so,
We don't have a metric related, we don't have anything numeric that would be related to quality.
well, we have lots of press on us at our institutions to come up with metrics related to quality, and
Yeah.
we're engaged in that process. But what I would say is, you know, the current themes, if we look at the governor's 7 reforms and a lot of the accountability issues that we need to be accountable for, our institutions need to be accountable for these things, are what does the teaching load look like? And that is a narrow component of a faculty member's responsibilities. And it may change in terms of institutional mission and purpose. So at a community college, you're going to have a different role than, for instance, at a different type of institution and a different type of institution. And that's one of the problems that we'll have individually, our institutions have with our own publics, to teach our own publics about what that would be. But for the purpose of this is the question, I mean, one of the questions on the table, I absolutely believe from a public policy perspective is the state investment in faculty salaries generating the number of credit hour course completions and graduates that we want from a workforce perspective in the state of Texas? So that, if, you know, for us, and we argued and begged for this, and this is just really important. It's so much better if at the outset of the process we say, what is the research question? What are the underlying assumptions, and what's the research question? Because we got thousands of metrics. Texas Tech is a digital measures school. Our faculty are required to do digital measures. Their annual reports are now in digital measures, and you're right, Donna, that faculty are incentivized to do their full reporting in digital measures. Do they like it? I'm a faculty member. It's a total pain in the butt, okay? And I try to get my stuff in there. But we have a way of excerpting qualitative data for the first time. Do we want to do that systematically? No, not soon. So back to the teaching issue, which has been an issue. You know, you can generate that metric from your data that we report right now.
And we can, but we want to get some sort of agreement on, there's a lot of assumptions that have to go into that, and we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page as to how we generate that. We will generate it. That is not an issue, but what business principles and what goes into that and how it's generated is where we need to have a discussion, if that's, you know.
Right. And I agree with you. I don't know how many of you looked at how your campuses teach labs. Everybody teaches a lab, but if, for instance, chemistry at Texas Tech is a for-credit lab, biology is not. It is a pedagogical decision. And so how much we get into developing and crafting guidelines and reporting that force pedagogy, I mean, we really want to balance that carefully. So all I would say is if we could narrowly delimit one of the questions that you want to know around this, like teaching, and then focus on that, I think that'd be healthy for all of us.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I don't think we can, there's no way you're going to have 1 or 2 or even 10 measures that are going to get to really faculty productivity. You can't. So that's why I think if we narrow it and we are very specific about what this is, and we have the definitions page, and this is what this is. We're not telling you this is what everything is. We're telling you what this is for all the institutions. I think maybe we can bob off some of the questions and everything. I'm not going to guarantee it, but we can try.
Alan, yeah.
Hi, I'm Alan Clark from the University of North Texas. It seems like there's really 2 questions that are here. Is one, how much or how many courses is a faculty member teaching? 2 is how many students are in there. And it seems like if we have a combination, you said you were looking for more than one measure. You know, could we look at the median class size for undergraduates? Along with the student to faculty ratio, so we know, and the teaching learning credits, so that we know how many courses they have. And I know this is all a matter of averages, but could we do the combination so people would have an understanding of, okay, they've got 4 courses that they're teaching this semester, plus If you take the average, the median course size where they've got 50 students in each one of those, then they're working with over 200 students per the semester.
Okay, reaction to Alan's suggestion?
The only thing I would say to that is, are you really going to weight or count or whatever a graduate program, graduate course the same as an undergraduate, and does it really matter? Is that kind of developed by a size metric, you know?
Okay, and so
And that's one of the questions.
maybe go over what you were suggesting, Alan. I wrote down median class size for undergraduate classes. Do we
But
need?
then if you got into number of courses taught, that gets back into the comment of you don't have a faculty member teaching only undergraduate. They've got graduate courses in there too. So then you've got, you know, so that's one of my kind of, I think you're going to have to have all of them somehow because of the problem of faculty members teaching all levels.
Hi, this is Candy from Sam Houston State University. I think one of the issues comes back to what was brought up earlier, which is discipline specific. If you have a writing intensive class versus a large lecture class of 500, if one university is more based where they're doing less of those kinds of humanities-based classes that may be smaller and more writing intensive, does that work against us in this kind of thing? So I think we start falling into some discipline specific when we talk about that.
That's true. We're open for ideas.
Yeah. And certainly
we
I
have
know
been talking about this and struggling with this, so we are very open for some ideas. We've come up with a lot of these saying, well, here's the problem with this, and here's the problem with that, and here's the problem doing.
Yeah.
It was mentioned briefly earlier, and I don't know how we would compare, you know, as my institution. I'm Dwayne Snyder from Tarleton State, but somebody mentioned graduates along the way. So has there been consideration of putting out there for us to look at to see how it would be if we looked at number of graduates, you know, averaged over a 4-year period and semester, you know, and FTE over that same time period to see. I would be happy for us, for instance, my institution to be considered against other schools my size and my, you know, our scope and role. I don't know how it'll look when you then try to factor in only upper division, you know, only mix of this. And so there would be issues, but there's issues with everything we've brought up.
Okay, we have looked for a different committee that we're working with, a metric that looks at undergraduate degrees awarded per 100 FTSE. You know, undergraduate FTSE as a way of looking at, you know, different metrics. And, you know, there's not a lot of variability until you get to those upper level or relatively new ones that are just now starting to let in their freshmen and sophomores and that sort of thing, because, man, they look good.
Lots of degrees.
Lots of degrees, but you're not counting any of those freshmen and sophomores because they've taken it somewhere else. So, yeah. Beyond that, there's not a lot of variability.
This is Bill Fannin at Permian Basin again.
Hi, Bill.
Hi. One of the things that I know that we found it difficult to do here is be able to put together meaningful comparisons of student-faculty ratios by tenure track, contingent, you know, lectures, full-time lectures and that, and then adjunct faculty. Right now you can get comparisons easily for the total, but there's going to be a breakdown. Just by general nature, lectures may have a 5-course load and thus will have a higher student-faculty ratio than tenure track versus the adjuncts, which are 1 course at a time at 20 or 25%. And that data is not readily available on the accountability system or on PREP or anywhere where at one time PREP had this by areas. And the other area is addressing that issue of by discipline. It's not readily available where you can look at your, even by 2-digit CIP codes, download an Excel file that would give you student credit hours, lower division, master's and doctoral, and faculty FTE by, say, 2-digit CIP. That's all in the database now, but from a management point of view, that would be helpful to have. And then we can start looking at, well, how do our tenure track faculty who have similar job expectations of tenure track faculty at comparable institutions look on that? How do our contingent as well as just the total of the institution?
We did some, never left the building because we weren't very confident in it, so, but we actually tried to look at some faculty data by discipline, looking at some of that. However, with all the multidisciplinary studies and all that kind of stuff, you're not necessarily all teaching within the same 2-digit SIP level at this point. We have faculty that will switch, you've got multiple 2-digit SIPs and for the same faculty member, so.
Correct, but but if you tie it to the courses that they're teaching, then you could split the FTE. I mean, methodology, there's some cleanup that needs to be done if you're going to make the comparisons because it hasn't been collected very well, but you do get the arguments of, well, my discipline, fill in the blank, we're different. Across the state, our classes are smaller. Put in the reason. Well, how do I know what the right student-faculty ratio is for the fine arts, English, biology, chemistry if we don't have any data to make that type of split? So I don't know how it's not going to go on a dashboard, but from a managerial point of view of how do we make sure that we're getting productivity compared to our peers for people who have similar jobs, something would be useful.
Yeah.
Well, the only study that I know of that gets to sort of what we're driving at here is the Delaware study. I mean, it is the only one that I've seen that sort of gets to the productivity issue that boards. We just, last June, we presented to our board a comparison of productivity of the by discipline, because if you don't get down to the discipline, you really don't get to the issue in a simplified form enough for the board to understand. And really what they will look is, for chemistry, what is the UH productivity number in Delaware versus their peers in Delaware. I mean, it is, and Delaware cuts it so many different ways that, but I mean, it's the only thing that,
comes close.
That comes close to kind of organizing this thing in a systematic way. And so I mean, if there's going to be a group looking at that, then maybe they need to look at Mid-Al stuff and see how that would work.
Could you send us what you presented to your board so we'll know what that looks like? And how many of the institutions here are participating in the Delaware cost study? You know? So generally you don't know. No. Okay. Yeah. And it's... Okay, so Pam makes the comment that if the budget's not set up the right way, it's very hard for them to do it, and quite a few people either didn't know whether their institution was participating or said they weren't because it was expensive. So is that a good summary of?
I'm Sandy Welch from UT San Antonio. It sounds like what we're all trying to do is convince our public about what faculty do, and without productivity, you can't. You can't if you don't talk about the pressure on faculty and the amount of time it takes to produce quality research and govern the institution in the way faculty expect. Whether there's buy-in for that piece or not, it does take time, but the research takes a lot of time, and we all have stories of, a student or parent or whoever walking by and the faculty member is staring off into the distance by the computer, but what they're doing is they're thinking, and that's not work. And so how do you tell? That's the productivity measures. What is the research they're producing? And the committees and the research, while hard, particularly the committees are hard to measure. The research, at least there's numbers there. And someone over here mentioned the annual report that faculty members have to turn in. Several of us are using some system of collecting that data for faculty once a year, at least for the annual report. We use FAIR. We're working on FAIR, and a lot of you have digital measures, and we're sorry that we didn't learn about that one in time. But both of those are excellent measures where a department chair or a dean or the provost or the president can quickly get at their fingertips exactly what a faculty member has done during the year. And faculty quickly learn they rue the day when they don't keep their betas up to date. And we can pull information in. Productivity is how you find out what faculty members are expected to do. And anyone who concentrates totally on teaching and their tenured and tenure track will not be rewarded under the current paradigm and shouldn't be under the current paradigm. So the teaching measure alone gets at it, but then your emerging research or your research institutions may look lazy because they're not teaching the large classes or as many classes, sections, et cetera. But they have other difficult challenges and demands that they're meeting. And I'm a faculty member too, so I've been on both sides of this issue.
Okay, other comments, Ed?
Follow up, because I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think we're, in IR, we're between a rock and a hard spot. I mean, we have these regents and public that want us to kind of explain the productivity, and they are focused on the teaching. But then we have a faculty that is asking us to explain their productivity. And that conversation with them is totally on the whole package. It's on the scholarship and the research and the service. I mean, and you can't look them in the eye if you say, well, hey, you know, what I'm really saying to the regents is just what you're doing on teaching. I mean, it is very difficult to have a conversation that you can honestly go back and forth between your constituents, you know, your faculty, regents, and square that in any reasonable way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I really do, I'm interested in these things that you're talking about where, you know, digital measures or FAIR or Sedona, we're looking at Sedona. I mean, is there any way, because really, when we talk to the faculty about productivity, the focus of that is on the annual report. That's where the meaningful conversation occurs. And it is, contrary to the public belief, it actually is a meaningful conversation that does translate into merit pay. And the merit pay piece itself, if you were to study it, shows that, in fact, you are only being rewarded in the academy by meritorious service. So, I mean, it's sad that I think, in fact, have a good story, but we can't get the numbers out to translate it out to the public. But you know, it's a really, and again, you know, it's hard to, you know, for instance, the student-faculty ratio is a double-edged sword. Is it great that you're 23-1? You know?
No. Yeah. What's the right answer? We don't know.
Yeah, we had that discussion back when the accountability groups first started. Is a low faculty ratio, student-faculty ratio good, or is it bad? It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is Dennis Ignatenko from Texas A&M. I'd like to make a comment. I guess the key word that's in my head is quality. That's kind of integral to all of these discussions. Quality of the students that we're bringing in, quality of the degrees that we're sending out, quality that we've imparted onto the students while they were in our institutions. There's quality of the faculty that we have. You know, on our campus we have faculty of people would argue of various quality that warrants various levels of salaries. And a lot of our reports, like CBM8, are not focused on quality, they're focused on only cost. You know, facilities, there's got to be some quality. And I'm just raising this again as a topic in terms of all of our reporting, when these reports were designed, were focused on cost, faculty salaries. What are these faculty, how are they paid, what are they doing, but not necessarily quality built into any of that.
Oh, somebody volunteering to help with the revision of the aid, it sounds like, huh? Keep that in mind.
We've been making comments on that for quite some time.
Yeah.
Janet and Susan, what's
if we could at least start with maybe here's the way we ought to go, here is a good metric, and then maybe we can have email conversations about how's the best way to calculate it and that sort of thing. But understanding that we're not going to bite off the whole thing today. There's no way. We're going to bite off a little bitty piece.
I raised this issue. Vicki and I have spent quite a bit of time, and I will say that the analysis of faculty teaching load has been a very meritorious process at Texas Tech, and we have significantly cleaned up our databases. We have significantly narrowed and focused on issues. For instance, as soon as you start looking at class sections taught by visual and performing arts faculty, it gets really interesting. So UNT, you're going to, I know you've probably looked at it. And so we've counted class sections taught, courses taught, SCH generated by tenure track, at every rank, at instructor level. And all you know that the lower the salary for the individual and the closer to instructor level, the higher the generation of the SCHs. And so we need to think about if that's where we're going with this release of information, we're going to have even a bigger story to tell. And so I'm interested in what Trish and UT have produced. I'm interested in the analyses that have been done, because I think if we were to ask, if you were to call for the analyses, ours is on our website at IR. If you were to call for them, you might see some intersecting themes on the data that, one, we already collect, two, maybe we need to define better, but it's already out there to a certain extent, and that are also national measures, so that have some comparability, perhaps. I don't know if it could be IPEDS related to something like that. Delaware, we used to be in Delaware. We're not in Delaware. It's a labor-intense study, but it is the only longitudinal study on faculty productivity in the United States at this point in time. I don't know if anybody else is aware of it, so maybe we want to look at getting Midaw here, and he'll come and talk to us. And of course, we can read his books. So anyway, what I would say is I think there's some pretty good work that's happened that maybe should be examined to see if we could triangulate across some of the work that's already, certainly across the whole UT system already. And I know UH has looked at this, and I know A&M's looked at it, and so maybe there's a possibility of taking some of what's already been studied and find some, I don't know if there's common ground.
I think that seems like a good idea, probably maybe for the spring, because between now and the end of December, we've got to do all the accountability system and lots of other things. I know you guys are very busy too. So I think we should think, though, beyond the short term. We need to. And it sounds like there are a number of interesting things that have been going on. I think I would be interested in hearing more about what Tech has done. We could think perhaps about, for the spring accountability meeting, to perhaps get the gentleman from Delaware down, and maybe you guys could present what you're doing at Tech, and Trish could present what they're doing at the UT system, and if somebody else wants to present what they're doing, and then we can see where we do have commonality. Does that sound like a plan for the spring?
Or a plan for, if y'all could send all that to us now, or send us links or whatever, then we could maybe look at, see if there is something that's somewhat common, and then say, okay, here's common. How do you define this common element? Because we may find some differences at that point, and then maybe go from there as an interim type step.
I guess I have one more question. to the coordinating board people is, are y'all considering outside sources, maybe not outside of the data that you are collecting, but is available elsewhere, maybe on faculty publications or citations?
We looked at that for some, again, for a different project. We looked at that. There are so many different ways of doing that, and you looked at referee journal, non-referee journal. I mean, no, not for this measure. We're not looking at that.
Yeah, because as we're considering some of our internal faculty productivity measures, publications, that's, again, where quality starts to come up is, well, do you just count straight publications or publications in national journals? Or, there's different places where things are published, right, and they should be weighed accordingly too. So.
Sandy Welch again. I'm not a salesperson for any of these different systems, but you break those publications out along those lines. So if it's a referee journal, or you can put the acceptance rate in there and so forth, and then you rely on the quality control in terms of merit and so forth within your institution to reward based not on pure numbers, but on quality, unless your institution is caring about first pure numbers, just to get people active. So.
Well, I think one thing that might be helpful in the long term would be if we could come up with plan, guidelines, something that would be useful for everybody as you move forward and think about these things. Are there ways that are suggested so that we would have more commonality in some of these things in the future? And that would be not something probably the coordinating board's going to collect immediately, but if everybody were doing things in a similar manner or had similar ideas about what was important to look at, maybe with others too, but at least the base level of things that might help us enrich the conversation in the future. Libby.
Jen, I want to respond to that and go back to the Delaware for just a second, because it's true that taking on the Delaware study and inviting Michael Middaugh down is going to take more time than we have for the immediate need. But the Delaware study is fundamentally simple in the end. What we looked at, it's a whole lot of ratios based on semester credit hours and FTE and organized classes. For us, it is work, but it aligns pretty well in definitions with the CB8. You select faculty and fill out a lot of it based on the same principles that we're using already for the CB8. I don't know that we need to wait for him to consider some of the things that his process over the years has nailed down. And I can send you some examples of the output.
Okay.
Because as I said, it's ratios that we have in or could generate from the data that we're already submitting. Semester credit hours per faculty FTE, course organized classes. It's a handful of stuff sliced 100 different ways.
Yeah, and it seems to me, I'm sure it's very useful data, but in terms of coming up with one or two easily understood measures, which is what we generally need to have in order for them to be useful broadly, we might have to figure out what out of something like this is the best element. And then maybe we could try to do it with some of our data. Tentatively sending it back out to you for checking and all that, but if you have some ideas on that part.
The only thing I would say is, if you're going to, because the challenge of just doing one is not insignificant. And you better pick the one that is in tune with the discourse, the political discourse that's going on. And so, of the things I've heard today, I would point it back to the piece, the metric that you're devising for degrees per full-time student equivalent. That is the piece that most everybody politically is focused on. How much are we completing? It is, productivity in the end may all be summed up for the institution, for faculty and everybody else by just how many degrees are we. It is, I'm not going to defend it, on a rational basis.
Okay,
but
now, and here's my problem. I'm going to have to defend it.
And it is in there already. So.
But I'm telling you that in terms of what I hear from legislators, from regents, from the public, the obsession right now is with degrees. I mean, it is. It
is, in undergraduate degrees.
So that in a certain way, even though we have a lot of things, we look at all kinds of data. In the end, the ear that's out there that's listening, you have to pick the right measure that ties into what people are want to hear right now. And I do think degrees right now, degree completions, is the coin of the realm. It is the big shift in our state is from SCH to degrees. I mean, that is going to be the dramatic shift in our next 10 years. I mean, I think that push is not going to stop.
So Ed, just to clarify, tell us specifically what that metric looks like. Are you talking about FTFE to undergraduate?
What we have is, and we're using it in a different context, and it is 100. It is undergraduate degrees divided by for each 100 FTSE student. We can do it per FTFE, per full-time equivalent, tenure track full-time equivalent student, or faculty, and I haven't run those, so I don't know. Haven't looked at that. We can do it on a per FTSE or per full-time equivalent faculty basis or something like that. You can use all degrees instead of just undergraduate degrees. That's going to look very different on your mix of graduate to undergraduate mix and all that kind of stuff. I have not ever looked at that one, so I don't even have a clue what that would look like.
In listening to what you were saying, it seems to me like you're looking for an index that you can present that then begins a variety of discussions. So it's never going to be a comparable one for all institutions. So you're needing kind of a statewide thing, which is one of the things you're talking about. And I think there are three possible things there. One is the one you mentioned, the total degrees conferred divided by the total equivalent undergraduate faculty that are given to that task. The second thing that you also mentioned was the number of students being taught, number of undergraduates by the number of equivalent undergraduate faculty dedicated to that purpose. The third one you haven't mentioned is the cost, because that's a big political issue. What's the total cost being devoted to the production of those graduates? And I don't know if you want to touch that one or not, but you'll get it at some point.
There is, we have a group, the Higher Education Policy Institute, which is a Houston endowment-funded group, is actually looking at cost to degree. Obviously, Delta Project has done a lot of work on cost to degree. There's a lot of people doing cost to degree stuff, but we are staying out of it at this point as much as possible in this context. I know UT System is doing some stuff on cost to degree. There are so many different ways of calculating that. Do you count the cost of non-completers versus do you include the cost of everybody? Do you look at the cost? I mean, because from the coordinating board standpoint, we have the cost, state cost versus total cost versus student cost versus, we've kind of tried to break it into some of those kind of categories. We've also looked at, for the students who transfer, you have a cost for the state. You have the state cost that they generated at the community college or at a different university versus the cost that they generated at the institution where they got the degree. And how do you merge all that information?
Well, the point I was thinking was, what's the total number of dollars taxpayers have spent for the number of graduates they've got, regardless of the money that the student paid as tuition? What's the taxpayer spending? And it's an issue they're kind of interested in. And so, I mean, you find that simply by taking the total number of dollars spent by the total number of graduates we produced. And then you've got a conversation.
That's kind of the delta cost method. That's somewhat the delta cost method, taking total degrees divided by total dollars.
But it parallels total number of undergraduates graduated versus total number of faculty dedicated to that purpose. So you get kind of three equivalent measures, and not that any of them prove anything. Because whenever you talk about them, once it's put out there, then each institution is going to have to say why they are similar, different, and I would assume each their board regions would be interested in knowing why they differ from that and how that makes them why they have different institutions. It's the whole point of different ones.
The cost part of that is not something I'm really prepared to go into. Like I said, we have that whole other group, and they're working on it in so many different ways. I would be very hesitant to put anything out on that one at this point from us, given that we like to be at least a little bit consistent. We try to be a little bit consistent. My goodness.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to say on this topic right now? Okay. Here's what we're going to do, because we have lots of other things to talk about today besides this one. We will ask for a small group of volunteers, or a big group if you want to. If everybody wants to volunteer, that's a different story. You're welcome to. But we would like a small group of volunteers to work with on this topic, because we're going to have to do some more. We already have the FE ratio out there, and we could use that perhaps for the almanac if we think that's the best of all the things that we have at the moment, or that we could run on a pretty short-term basis and have everybody say, yeah, that's fine. So we'll work with a very small group of folks. We'll let you volunteer, and if people don't volunteer,
we'll draft you.
Yes, we're going to start pointing and taking down names. So anybody want to volunteer? Okay, so I see Roy and Sandy and Alan. Huh? Oh, okay. Dennis? Valerie, Ed, and Candy. Okay, good group. Thank you very much. Thank you for not putting me on the spot and having to pick people. So we'll work with them in the next few weeks to decide if, based on what we've talked about today, there's anything that we can do short term that makes sense. And then we will probably spin off into, is there any place that we need to go in the future with all of this? So thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to what should be an equally interesting topic about the accountability peer groups and the accountability process. As I said, 8 years now we've been doing this, and we now are interested in, are you using the accountability system in any way on your campuses? And I'll just start there and ask that. Is anybody, accountability measures and comparison with other groups, anybody use that on your campuses? I see some nods on the back row, but nobody on the front row. They're all snickering there thinking, we use the UT system, which, comes from us too. So. Okay, we need Mike.
Pam Pause, UT Arlington. I would say that for us, the primary way we use it is that it's made it much easier to get comparative data with other institutions across the state.
Okay.
That's the main way that I use it.
This is Sandy Welch at UT. I've gone in there frequently and printed up the reports and taken them out to talk with various constituencies on campus. It's very useful in that sense. And we pay attention, therefore, to the numbers.
Oh, gosh, that's the purpose. Anybody else? So I did see some nodding back there, but is it useful? Should we continue? I mean, I don't think there's any choice on the process, but we're going to have to continue it. But
this is Carla Snyder with A&M Texarkana. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hey, sure. Hi, Carla.
How are you all doing?
Good.
Right now, we are, with the A&M system, trying to work together to come up with metrics that we use as a system for comparative data. And we're strongly using the accountability system and pulling across the board on different measures on that. Now, we have additional measures that we're using with that as well that we're trying to develop. And like I said, we are developing this in the process of doing so. But we're trying to use the report and trying to get as much together as what we currently have.
Okay, great. Thanks for that comment. So you didn't want to drive all the way to Austin, huh?
I did not.
Okay.
Hey, Janet, this is Karen Paul from SFA.
Yes, hi, Karen.
Hi, I just wanted to indicate that SFA also uses the accountability system for comparative data, and we do rely upon it to evaluate, our position in terms of ranking and for certain measures. And so it is very useful to us, and the continued update and maintenance of the system would be considered valuable for us.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's get into a little more detail, because I can tell you the accountability system isn't going away. We've gotten good press nationally for it, and I know that a lot of legislators use it regularly. So so assuming it's going to be there, let's talk about the way we can improve the accountability system. Now, this will be beyond the measures themselves, because this afternoon after lunch, we'll go into all the individual measures. We'll talk about, do they make sense? Are the way they're being run accurate from your point of view? And do we need to change them? And so we'll get into the details of the system in a while. But for right now, in terms of just generally anything we can do to make the accountability system better and more useful and more relevant to you. Yes, actually somebody wants to speak if they have a mic.
Now, Wayne Atchley with Tarleton, and this may be a sore spot, so I don't want to upset anybody.
No,
is there any way we can get?
Skin.
It's really strange hearing myself lose. Is there any way we can get the data updated faster, so that when we get in there to look at graduation rates, the cohorts are in there sooner, so we're not. When somebody says, "What are their fall 2011 numbers?" I have to go in and say, I'm sorry, fall 2009 is all they have right now, or FY 2010 is all they have.
Yeah. Well, accountability is a lot of work, and so we only update it once a year. And when we run the data each December for the universities, we really don't have everything we need to do, particularly graduation and persistence rate. We know we put out there the graduation rate in our graduation rate link. If you know where it is, it's up. We post it as soon as we have the updated data, but gosh, it's hard enough just to get it done once. And of course, even getting it done on time is a little bit of a hassle, because there's so many programs that have to be run. Might as well make a pitch now. We don't really want to run them until everybody's data is certified, because if it's not, we'll have to rerun them for everybody else again and then repost them. So we try to hold off until everybody's certified with their data, and that means the sooner you certify, the sooner we post it. And we'll talk about some mechanics on the use and the posting of the accountability data a little bit later. But if everybody said, yeah, why don't you update the graduation rate data and accountability, would we think about it?
We could think about it. we would think about, obviously, because we include persistence, and that comes from other institutions, including community colleges, we don't really have all that data certified usually until March or April. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of getting the accountability system out before the session starts. So we might be able to update once we get, everything done and rerun. However, we tried to get away from publishing the book, because that is another big headache. And we didn't publish them until we get legislative requests for they want the book. And you go, no, you don't. You really don't. Look at the website. They want the book. They want to be able to look through the book and mark things and mark pages and that kind of stuff. So then you end up with the problem of what's in the book is different than what's on the web, and why are we have these differences? And yes, we have the years there. We still get the question, why do you have the differences? And so that's why we're very reluctant to do that. And we put it out under that other site.
Yeah, and if I can say one other thing without sounding like I'm whining, but the way the accountability system is prepared on our side, and it was done in a big hurry. The order came out in January, and it had to be up by December, and that meant, all the measures and all the conversations about what to put in there, and then all the data. So we're still using basically that same system that was developed to get it out there in a big hurry, and we couldn't just post the data out there. It wouldn't appear. Our IT staff would have to go in and readjust all the measures to allow that new portion of data to appear. So we think it's enough trouble just to get it out once a year, and we're glad to do it. But, one thing we are going to do for the community colleges, and I assume that this would be worthwhile doing for you, where we have the accountability measure that deals with either graduation and persistence or graduation, we're putting a link under there to where the more recent data is. So that way, if somebody's looking for it, and we can at least try to make it easier for you to get to. It's probably,
Well, and my question was because I rely heavily on the accountability system.
Okay.
I produce a top quarter, bottom quarter ranking of Tarleton against the state average so that we can see where we need to improve, where we're doing well, and we can still make some more changes. So we heavily rely on it.
Okay. And we do actually, every year in our hard version of the accountability system, we do some rankings, and I don't know if we actually put those online or not, so I'll verify and make sure that we try not to. Yes, I know we try not to, but
I don't like to rank everybody, because even though we have the groups out there, we have all the different groups, people don't always look at that. So we try very hard not to put rankings out. And so it is in the book because we have board members. So it is in the book, but we don't put it online.
Okay, any other ideas for improvement? This is basically the system that's online, the accountability system, not the whole process, and the peer groups will also discuss that. Any other ideas for things that we can do on our end?
Janet, I have a question.
Yes.
With the faculty data and some of the student data not coming until the end of the semester, and those reports not being certified until the spring, you mean we're going to have to wait until the next following year to get those data updated?
Yes, for now. That's the only way we can see it. For this fall, we won't have your new 008. It's now an end of semester report, and this is one thing we will mention again when we get to those measures that deal with faculty. But we can't, they won't have been sent in to us even, let alone certified, by the time we need to be running accountability. So we're going to have to, for this year, continue with any faculty measure that's out there being the same one as is currently posted. So I don't know what we can do about that, and it will then mean things get behind.
Basically, a full year for the faculty types of metrics would be a full year behind, yeah.
In accountability, there's just no way. Now, what we could do is think about trying to run some of those same measures and post them online.
I think that would be very helpful to have.
And probably this first time, because of the whole process of having the OE1, the S coming up, and now the faculty coming at the end of the semester, we're probably going to want some new reports, and we're probably going to want to not highlight those too much at first until we're sure that the data look like they're really accurate. And so we'll put that on the list of ones to add to the updating.
Janet, could we, I don't know if it can be considered, but ACT, SAT, class rank information, not sure if Susan gave me a look, so I'm not sure if we want that to be there or not, but it would be helpful when making comparison to other universities.
Okay, and we do have out there some of the top 10% stuff, percent of your freshman class in the top, or entering classes that are in the top 10% and that kind of thing.
And was wondering if there could be more detail than that, other than just the top 10%.
We can talk about it, depending on what you would like to see on that.
If you could send us
mean,
an
that's
email and kind of lay out what you'd like.
Okay.
You get into, SAT, ACT, we've got, and some of that off of the B, obviously. We have some of that information. It's a contextual measure, so we could add some stuff. We're not, the whole premise of the accountability system is to keep it somewhat small. Print it out, it gets thick, but, keep it relatively small. And so we really don't want to add a whole lot of detail. We do have some other information that we get on the application, admission, and enrollment, and we could easily link to that and maybe add some of the SAT, ACT data over there so that if you wanted more information, you can go over there and get a fuller picture of the applicants and that kind of thing.
That would be very
And that
helpful.
might be the better place to add that.
That would be great. Thank you.
So as we go through this conversation, if you have things that you'd like for us to do that are not going to be in the accountability system, but that would be useful for you, we're more than happy to try to put that out there. So just let us know. And always, you can email. If you don't think of it right now, you can write me later. Okay, any other ways that you think of that we can actually improve the existing accountability system? Make it more useful for you. Ed?
Well, I think the weakest part is the excellence section. And I bring that up knowing that this group has struggled with that mightily to come up with other measures. But I don't think we can not, I don't have an answer to, I do see your proposal to add the faculty awards. I think that's a good idea. I mean, we have to do what we can do, to make to get to the quality issue. I mean, to get issues that...
And I have a question for everybody along those lines. How many of y'all are doing the VSA? Okay. I know there is a value added measure as part of that. Is it, okay, I'm getting all sorts of, no. That's all I needed to know. I was just curious.
We've heard that.
I was wondering the thought process on there, and that answered that one, so okay.
But it is, the unspeakable is the right idea. I mean, the CLA is, that's what, something like that ought to work if we can make it work. We have to get to something that shows that some learning has taken place. I mean,
yeah. We should.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm just not sure that's it.
We are participants in the VSA, and I think the UT system all is, and many others are. And there is a tremendous interest in having a collaborative and voluntary system instead of a federal government system. And frankly, I think the accountability system is robust enough in the state of Texas that we don't need another layer of administration. There's some, we just came out of value added. We just came out of the whole conversation on CLA, and there are three choices, the MAP and the CAP, and I know institutions around this room have used them, but we rotate them, so we're using the CLA and the CAP, and that has tremendous benefits, frankly, from an accreditation perspective. So, but that's a whole other issue. I see that you have the developmental information in here too, and I would just tell you, I don't work directly with this data on the accountability system, but the thing that I hear the most complaints about on my campus is that section of the report.
Yeah.
So I'll just say that from a neutral perspective, and maybe somebody else can comment.
Well, perhaps we've heard some of those things too, and come up with, and the fact that we get so many phone calls about how, explain to me what this says and how it works. Now, it was worked out very carefully at one point in time with the particularly two-year institutions because they do the most in that area, but we decided it wasn't very helpful for us either. And so as we get to that part of when we look at the individual measures, we'll talk a little bit more about what we're suggesting, and we'll ask you to take it back to your campuses and see if it makes sense with the folks who actually use the data a lot. So, okay.
It's not a quantitative measure, but one that might be added to the productivity. This is Bill Fannin. I'm sorry for just busting in.
That's great, Bill.
But you know, the accountability system on the web would be a good spot to be able to. You could show your professional accreditations. There's new interest now in peer review. You know, being asked for our programs being reviewed. Is a question that we're getting both from the legislature and from our board, and that's the professional accreditations are one of the main areas. If we just simply had a listing of how many were NCATE accredited, AACSB, ABET, that you could then pull that up in a column for each pretty easily, and that would help emphasize the quality that review has done, and also reemphasize the value of peer review processes like the professional accreditations.
Interesting idea, Bill. How
that
about
sort of stuff is lost now.
Yeah. How about reaction from this group or anybody listening online? And SJ is reaching for the mic.
This is SJ with UT Pan American. I think every university is required to post their accreditations on their homepage. That's my understanding. That's how we have it. And to do comparisons, you could just go to the homepage and find the link to the accreditations.
The problem is that when you're doing comparative studies, let's say we pull up our peer institutions and we want to say what are measures of quality or how are we toward the group that we would like to most be like, I'd have to go to each institution's homepage to hunt that up, where it would be easy to have, you know, here's XYZ, they have the accreditation in the business column, in the education column, in the engineering column, and down 8 or 10 of the major professional accreditations. You could pull that up and have it in a table in minutes.
Yeah, to me that's a very intriguing suggestion. So, and because we've had such a hard time with excellence, but I'd like feedback from the group.
You could add a link to, you know, just request the university to give you the link, because there's such a, you know, long list of accreditations.
You know what, and just thinking off the top of my head based on what he said, Bill said, if we could work up a list of the top organizations that accredit, and then you would put that information in there, and you could perhaps tell when your last accreditation date was, and then we always have room for institutions to add more information. You could then add others of your own if you wanted to. Would be something the institutions would have to put in, and we could make it so that it would appear in our list of measures that you could sort by, and pull up. Does that sound like a good idea to everybody? I see some heads shaking, so okay, great idea, Bill. Does that, I know that won't be the perfect thing for, especially for value added, but at least you think an improvement?
Some sort of excellence.
Okay, so thanks, great suggestion. Now, for Bill and anybody else here who's really interested in that suggestion, would a small group of you like to get together and come up with a list of accreditors that we should start with? Okay, Steve from UTSA. Bill, do you want to volunteer to be on that one? And Luann?
Sure. As long as we can do it by conference call and internet.
Sure. Email is, and
email is wonderful.
What, Bill, you don't want to come to San Antonio?
What's that? Do you know how long it takes me to get
I
to San
know.
Antonio?
Yeah, all right. I'll come down there. No, we'll do it by conference call.
I'll come to San Antonio if you'll promise to come to Odessa at least once.
Deal. Been there. Thanks.
Been there, done that. Don't need to do it twice.
Anybody else want to bet? Okay. And maybe one other person? Any one other? Let's see. We've got plenty of UT system folks. missing some others. We do have Texas State. So anybody from A&M system or Texas State system want to? Dwayne? Yeah, okay. How about you guys right beside me? Okay, okay. Okay, I'm going to at least put you on the listing. Okay, so thank you very much. And just to mention this now because I might forget it later, but any changes that we're talking about now won't be for this year's accountability system. We've already submitted everything that happened back in June, and luckily our IT section is really going great guns, and they've already gotten a draft out there for us. So these will all be changes for next year, so we'll have plenty of time to kind of perfect the way they're stated.
And the good news about that is that we should be able to put draft data out there earlier because they've got the system working at this point, well, almost working. Closer than we've ever been before at this time. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, we're very, very pleased. So, okay, that was a great idea. Do we want to say anything else about the whole learning outcomes topic? And I know we had extensive conversations, and I do remember what everybody said, and I hate to repeat it because we're on the air. So, but we know that there are issues, and we don't want to have to go to places that are not where we should be going. But of course, one thing we will have in the future, and this is just to think about, at some point in the future, we'll have students, high school students' results on their end of course tests, and then we'll have results for students because we're now getting courses and grades for how they do in their college level courses, and then as they move through, how they do. So we have the possibility, it doesn't really get to exactly what learning is, but we would hope that students who do progress through are learning sufficiently to be passed. And another thing that's going on, and I assume most of you probably are aware of this, or at least people from your institution are, as part of the academic course guide manual for many of the core courses in particularly STEM fields, but now English, history, government, economics, they're coming up with learning outcomes for the basic courses. So I'm sure it was a process of involving faculty from 2-year and 4-year institutions. So I'm sure some of your faculty members were involved in those. But if you're not well aware of that, or if you think maybe it needs to get a higher view on your campus, you can either contact somebody, Lucy Heston and Lynn McDonough from our academic affairs section, to help with that and give you what's been done. But we would like to make sure that those are widely known and distributed, because your courses, if they're going to be crosswalked with courses that are in the ACGM, we would hope that the learning outcomes from them would be similar, if not the same. And these are base level learning outcomes. You can always do more on top of that, but at the very minimum, we want to make sure that the students who take a particular course have what they need to move on and be successful in the subsequent courses. So everybody well familiar with what's going on with the changes to learning outcomes in the ACGM? Not so much. So would you like us to send you guys something? I mean, are you interested in it? I know it's really kind of a different function maybe on your campus, but we find, of course, in the planning accountability section, we get to have our fingers into everything that goes on the coordinating board, and I'm sure you guys feel that way on your campuses too. So we want to make sure you understand what the other parts of the campus are dealing with. So we'll make a note to send that to you. Okay. Looks like lunch is here, but we're not going to go there quite yet. Okay, so let's move on and talk about the peer groups themselves. Originally, the ideas were kind of twofold. One, when looking at data, we think it makes more sense to compare with institutions that are more similar. And so we think there's value in that. And just to let you know, I can't remember offhand if when you choose your group on the accountability interactive system, if all the members come up or if it just the average for the institution. For community colleges and universities, it's different. So we are making sure that all the individual members of a peer group, the results for that group will be listed when you go into the link that says peer group on the interactive section in the future. But so we want the data comparison, but also we've had these peer group meetings over a number of years. We thought it was more valuable really to try to talk in smaller groups so we could have more interaction and more in-depth interaction than if everybody's here and you've got maybe some institutions that are very large and they couldn't possibly think of implementing some things that very small institutions are using. So have the peer groups and the process, has it been valuable, and more importantly, what can we do to improve it in the future? How about the way the peer groups are constructed? The original document is still posted out there. We try to update it every time before we put accountability out. I don't know, I could get to it, but it's on the link that says peer groups at the top, and the very first one is the description of how the peer groups were originally constructed, and then the measures. I don't know if any of you looked at that recently. If you do look at it in the near future, if you haven't looked at it recently, and have some comments on that, please let us know. Okay. Valerie.
I do want to comment. And Roy, come on, speak up back there. I'm trying to give him the mic. I do want to comment. Roy and Jerry Dizino and I actually have a book chapter out on value added in a political context. Oh. If you want to read it as a result of our experience on the accountability group.
Excellent.
So just so you know, scholarship can come out of this process. And I think actually the reflection that we had to engage in to write that book chapter really helped us think about accountability groups. And I
want to give a bigger plug. Where is that? And where can we find it?
It's an IGI global book that's coming out. It's an AIR case book on institutional researchers' case studies for institutional researchers. If you've got a class, and I'll send you the link. It's not out yet, but
okay.
It's great. It is a 2011 release. What I would say is, particularly if we look at the last month, let's look at the last couple months. It's been pretty intense here at the coordinating board.
Yeah.
And UEAC was canceled, and there's And
I think it was only canceled because they didn't have anything on the agenda.
There was major discourse statewide on the core curriculum.
Yeah.
And we've got some major regulation changes coming up a week from yesterday, coming up on October 27th. And I think that maybe the accountability group gets you a broader reach outside of your formal committee structures, a broader reach for pulse taking, or census taking. And you know how many times you ask for comment and nobody comments?
Yeah.
And you ask Tara, and Tara's silent out there, and I think that's where I think we're going to admit that it was a tough and sometimes contentious and sometimes difficult process, but in fact, just like if you're going to use the words faculty productivity, you're talking about some of the major issues at higher ed. And what I would be concerned is, I don't care how they organize, just that they're talked about. Because if they're not talked about, then that would be very, very disconcerting. So I commend the accountability process, as difficult as it's been, and it's labor intensive for you guys. I understand that. But I do commend the process. So now, you have the mic, so you want to say something, Roy? No?
Come on, Roy, I've never known you to be shy.
Roy Matthew from UTEP. I mean, I think I echo your sentiments. I mean, I think it's a useful process, and we appreciate the chance to have this discussion. From UTEP's perspective, we too use the resources greatly, so I think it's been a valuable resource for us.
Okay, we have thicker skin than this, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, what we really don't want to do is make sure the process stays valuable. And so if you are uncomfortable or haven't thought of what it is at the moment that could help it, feel free to drop me a line, an email, and let me know. I did stop by Lucy Heston's office on the way down here and told her you guys were meeting, and I said if there are any questions on the core, if they want an update, because I know you might, she said she'd be happy to come down. If you want me to ask her, I will do that.
For the controversy, we did receive, I think she received over 230 comments on the new rules.
And there are lots of unknowns, and she said, oh, they'll want to ask about everything that we don't know the answer to, but at least you'll hear it from here. So, okay, well, I'll drop her an email and ask her to come down after lunch and talk with you guys. While we're on the topic of other things outside the accountability process itself that would be useful for you to hear about, anything else you want to hear? Lucy also does the low degree program. Yeah, so you can ask about that if you want to when she's here, if you have any questions about it. And we do have a new program review process that she's kind of getting started with that we're running the data for. So, but there, you know, we've always had a lot of topics that we try to keep you up to date on because we know it's important for you to know what's happening. If there's anything else you think about during the course of the day that you'd like to hear about. Roy, finally.
I know. Just a question about the timelines. Do you have a sense of when you will release the data? Is it usually it's about the 25th or 23rd of December, 21st, 23rd?
You mean for the accountability?
Yeah.
Well, the way it works is when we put the draft out there, if we have anything that's already available, it'll appear already, and from the moment that you guys, for the measures that are for your fall reporting for this year, as soon as everybody's certified, we'll go ahead and run those measures. So really the whole time period from end of November all the way through December, we're continually adding data. Every day we add some data, and unfortunately we can't say more than that. We add it as soon as we can get it run, and that is as soon as everybody gets certified.
Usually the degree data gets up there pretty quick because that one always gets certified first. The enrollment data and then some of the other faculty data actually gets up there fairly quick, but because a lot of it is faculty student, we have to wait for the 1-4 match to get certified.
Well, I think the response from the institutions that we put in for each of those variables, I think the timeline between when the data is fully up and I think we have to engage our president, for example, to look and provide feedback. Is there any hope that deadline would move from early January to a little later to give us a little bit more time?
In the executive order, it says the end of the year, and so we already are pushing it. In the year when we have a legislative session, we try to get it up the very first week in January. And of course, everything's out there in the draft form for people to see. But we pretty much say it's semi-finalized the second week in January.
And as you know, the first time we did it, we had to have it up by December 14th.
Oh.
We have actually pushed it back a couple of weeks already.
Yeah.
I think the issue is less for us how much time there is, but where that time is falling in the calendar.
I know, it's horrible.
We're the only 3 people in the administration building during Christmas trying to get this done.
Yeah.
Getting the review is different. Yeah.
I know, but we don't have our big break at Christmas. Yeah, I know. I mean, we feel very, very bad for the institutions, and we have asked about getting it pushed back, and we can ask again. But particularly during the legislative session, they want to have it ahead of time before the session starts. And you know, it starts pretty
pretty soon in January. The other thing is, as Susan mentioned, we print very, very few copies. So you guys are able to go in at any point throughout the whole year, not just in December and January. You're able to go in at any point in time and change the commentary period statements that you have there, or your data, for that matter, that you're inputting. So
we do, that's another reason to print. We try to get away from printing any of them, so then it would not be quite as much of a issue, but we tried. We'll try again.
So can I just ask one question? So if the data is completed by late December, mid-December, and you're not going to print until January, till middle of January, that really gives us a month. Is that the way?
Oh no,
see
we
it?
print before. We print before that. It takes quite a bit of work to get it all printed out in the right form.
Yeah.
On the page right and all that kind of stuff. So we start printing the first part of January.
Okay.
But there are not very many of those copies out there.
We just don't put a lot of those copies out because.
And even with those
it costs
copies,
a
we
lot of
say, check online. So, but
yes,
yeah.
we do say for the latest information, check online, please. We try to push the online version.
But we do know
Sometimes it
it's a horrible period of time for you guys to try to be doing that. It's, you know.
Each of us individually are commenting on those things that we deal with, and so this is back to a different one, and you're sort of seem to be asking about random things, and so I'll leave it at that. Core curriculum, the notions at the bottom of that report where they say things they're going to revisit, I hope that we really do. I probably won't, maybe my institution won't. I'm Dwayne Snyder from Tarleton, so you can report this back home if any of you want to. They might not send me again, but that notion of things being set by statute, that's crazy in my opinion, and we ought to work away from that. We ought to come up with those things which are in fact part of the core statewide and say so, and let the institutions decide what are important to the students at those sites beyond that. And so getting to some smaller number of hours that aren't set by statute is a reasonable discussion to continue.
And that obviously can't get changed until 2013.
Anything else about the peer groups themselves? And you can see I've asked about, do any of the peer groups want to change their out-of-state peers? Some of you who are really veterans in this process may recall that we went through a process where at each of the peer groups there was a lot of discussion about who we should choose, and we went to the IPEDS data and selected, based on your suggestions, a number of institutions, and then gave that information to you, and then the groups themselves chose 2 out-of-state group peers, and then you can choose your own peers after that for like 3 of your own peers. And those you can change at any time. As far as I know, only one institution, Pan American, has changed some of their out-of-state group peers. But if any of the groups would like to have the topic of changing your out-of-state group peers discussed among that little group, you can let me know. Do any of you use the out-of-state data that we post? Okay. So we get all that from iPads, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. We wouldn't mind dropping that. Okay. Well, you can think about it. If anybody raises the issue, then I'll be back with an individual group to talk about whether you think your group peers make sense. I know you've been sitting here very nicely for 2 whole hours. So time for lunch, and in order to use the time valuably and not keep you here any longer than we need to, if you try to be back at 12:40, so 40 minutes for you guys listening online. 12:40 we'll be back, and starting up again, and also for you guys back in the broadcast booth. Thanks. Pardon me. While we're getting started here, because I got an email about an LBB performance measure, I thought it would be a good time to introduce to you Emily Hoffman. Emily works with the LBB, and she's going to be involved with performance measures. How long have you been there, Emily? So she's pretty new with higher ed and fairly new with the LBB. Anyway, if you have questions, I guess, about LBB measures, one thing that we have been discussing with the LBB is how to report ethnicity on some of the measures. Now that you guys have new ethnicity and it's not just the regular 4 or 5 categories. And we have suggested to the LBB, and I think they've said okay for now anyway, that when you report your African American or Black category, that you do in the same way that we're doing now in accountability and some other things, that you add both the ones who are only African American and Black or the ones who are multiracial, one portion of which is African American or Black. So that's the way we're going to be asking you to do it on the Closing the Gaps targets as well. If you guys have involvement with that email about updating your targets will be coming out pretty quickly, and that instruction will be in there. So that way we're trying to match up at least a little bit as much as possible on that. But if you have other places where you know that the LBB measure and the measures in accountability are different, that's always something that we're interested in. We're trying to keep them in sync. So, okay. We'll get started with the next part, which for those of you who are online, and I heard last time it was a little bit hard to see, we're just going to be working through the accountability system pages, so we're just going to go to an individual institutions page and work down through the measures. So you can follow us either on the screen if you can see it, or you could just pick your institution and work down through your measures there. So here we go. If I can. So I think it's important to mention before we get started that the purpose of these measures in the accountability system is not just the data itself. It's meant to get at what are the most fundamental things that people need to know, or that are being raised on campuses about some of the issues related to participation, success, excellence, and research. So we want to make sure the measures make sense, but they also need to be relevant. They need to have a purpose behind them. And we understand also that many of these measures are not true accountability measures. Many of them are more descriptive measures, but without the description, sometimes the other parts don't have as much meaning. So we're just going to click here on the university section and hope that it's working, which it is. Good. Always benefit. And I'll just go straight across and, oops, I don't want too small a one. So, Dwayne, we're going to pick your institution. But these are going to be the same kind of issues for everybody. Oh, and anyway, so we'll just start with enrollment. We'll look at the key measures and then the contextual measures. We'll talk about, are there other ways in which this should be formatted that would make it better? Are there other ways in which it should be run, but, you know, we're not really trying to get down into the nitty-gritty too much of how it's calculated, other than if there's some questions about there. What we need to do is make sure these measures make sense as part of an accountability system. So here we have the fall headcount enrollment. It's unduplicated. I don't know what that means actually in that context, but when we give statewide measures, they are duplicated. So you can see that we've broken out the multiracial, one of which is African American. We did that when your ethnicities changed because there was so much concern on the part of institutions that the African American number might be decreasing dramatically. We found out, as you can see, at least for this institution, there are only 5 in this category. I tried to get rid of this category, but I was not successful. So if you have that same suggestion, don't talk to me about it. You can talk to somebody else. And for those of you who are listening online, I think probably it's better if you just work through your own system. I've gotten something about enlarging the screen. Well, it's going to be pretty hard to do and have it be useful on this end. So if you can just look at your own screen and walk through the accountability system over there, just in Internet Explorer, whatever you use. You can see we have the out-of-state peers there, and then we have the detail here. One thing we are going to do in this version of accountability is when the PDFs get produced, they're going to have this data in them, so that these were never part of the PDFs before, but they will be now. And I got the best with this. So fall headcount measure, does that make sense as an accountability measure? Really? Pretty straightforward that makes sense, right? That is where we get the closing the gaps numbers. Oops, how did I do that? You'll see that right below that we've got the URRS that you guys had to put in last year. That will not be required any longer. So that's going to go away. Yay. I didn't see any tears here on that one. We're glad to. So that, one of the few things I can think of where we've actually gotten rid of a report that was a lot of work and not much use from what I understand. So now you'll see we have the full-time equivalents here. This is the standard way that the coordinating board calculates them. In the past, we started off because there was a desire to have the FTEs by ethnicity. We were running it from the CBM 001, which never matched 100% because we didn't know the level of the student in the course. Didn't match with the 4, so there was always a little bit of discrepancy there. Then we got the feedback, I think, last year or the year before, that the institutions would really prefer for us to forget about the ethnicity if we weren't getting lots of questions about it and just use what we use for all the calculation, the measures. So we did get rid of the ethnicity portion. This now comes from the 4. Okay. Any questions or discussion about whether we should have full-time equivalent enrollment in the accountability system? No. No. Okay. And now we'll go down to contextual measures. Okay, so these are things which we could easily change if you've got things that kind of measure the same kind of thing that you'd like to suggest to us. This first grouping here, 1 through 6, is really about your applicants, your acceptance, and your enrollments. This might be a place to, if we don't, I'm having trouble with my, yeah, maybe you could, if you wouldn't mind. Gabriella's going to go navigate, so it won't be so jerky. If we wanted to have a link perhaps to the SAT and ACT data, this might be the appropriate place to do it. And we could also, if you think it's useful, link to the applicant enrollment larger report that we do. You think that would be useful? I mean, you know, try to think kind of beyond yourselves to people who are using this and maybe aren't as familiar with it as you are. Gabrielle, if you could open another window maybe and show where that applicant report is, just in case somebody doesn't know. And it's right under the accountability system. So we would just link to the top level data, but for each of your institutions it gives lots of information on who has applied, who's enrolled, and who's accepted by... No, I think that's fine. It's all the same. But you do see top 10% students there, and then those who are reported as being the top 25%, but not the top 10. So okay, let's go back. Okay, it's going to be pretty boring if you guys don't come up with some questions or comments. Okay, yes. Yes. Oh, that's fine. Okay, hold. Could we get the microphone?
In the ethnic categories?
On the applicant report?
On the applicant also, the first one that you had shown, if you go all the way on top, in the ethnic categories on this. It says white African American, multi-African American. Where do the multiracial, if one of them is not African American, get reported?
They're over in the other. And Gabriella, please go back to the accountability system.
In the other, we report the ones who don't tell us their
Well,
racial.
hold on, go up. And you see this rather extensive footnote there telling you how we're breaking those out. So if a student's Pacific Islander or Native Hawaiian, they're in with the Asian group. And if they're international, obviously they get pulled out first, but Hispanic gets pulled out second. For the rest of them, if they're only one race, we report them as either white, African American, or Asian. And then anybody who's unknown, anybody who's multiracial, one of which is not African American, get left in the other category. We didn't want too many categories there because we don't feel like it's particularly useful. If you guys said, no, we really want all the individual categories listed, we would think about it. But we've tried to roll them up into ones that make sense. We get a lot of questions about international students. But like Pacific Islanders and Hawaiians as opposed to Asians, Texas, we have quite a few, but we haven't decided yet to break those out into more than one group. I know in California, for instance, they break them into different groups, but we haven't. Yeah. So.
Janet, does breaking out the African American multi-race category really add much value, or could that just be combined with African American? Because essentially the Hispanic category is going to include some multiracial people, and then obviously the other category is as well.
Yeah, I think for us, at least initially, and that's a good question, statewide is not a very large number. We could think about in the future collapsing those. We certainly are doing it in the future in some of our other measures, like persistence. We're going to collapse it, and some other things, just because the numbers are too small. Okay. Any other questions about our use of ethnic breakouts? Okay. Want to scroll down, Gabriella? Okay. Now, the ethnic and racial composition of the public high school graduates, that will probably change just a little bit based on their new reporting. We're not sure what that's going to be yet. We've just gotten both the FY10 and the FY11 reports from TEA, all their graduates. So we'll be able to update that, and we don't know exactly what we'll be putting out there yet for that category. Okay. The next one, undergraduate students by SCH taken at a 2-year college. Now, we get a lot of questions about transfer students, and this measure has kind of changed. You know, every couple of years we've tried to find something different that would be maybe more meaningful and useful. This one, we've looked at everybody who's in your cohort and seen how many hours they've attempted at a community college. So you're going to have students, many of your students, who are mostly your students, but they go some home for the summer and take some courses at a community college, or they just enroll in an extra class online or something while they're at your institution. They're going to be listed here. So it shows you the degree of swirling is the purpose for this measure at the moment. But if you can think of things you would like us to run that would help clarify who's transfer, who's not, you know, that whole question has been very hard for us to figure out, and we've done quite a bit of work on it. Gabriella's going to say something.
Yeah, I want to mention the request we got from the community college group. They wanted to add, I mean, the transfer measure is a little bit different. We look at this cohort that starts this fall and then look forward 6 years. But they wanted to capture somehow the university students, pure university students that they serve. So we are thinking about that. So that will be actually information for you too. Your students that go, they were talking about the summer students that go and take courses from them. So that would be a piece that probably will be in their section.
So with this measure, you can kind of see those who are 0 to 12. Probably those are students who just took a few classes and are a regular university student. But you see the 43-plus hours is the next largest category. And when we look from the community college side, we see that most students who transfer with 43 or more hours. Ironically, very few of them get the core, or at least as reported to us. Now, what we heard, and I'm sure we heard this some from your groups too, but particularly from the community college side, we heard, well, the core doesn't actually mean that much to the students because they know they'll be able to transfer the courses anyway. And particularly if a community college's core had a physical education course in it, and the university's core didn't, the students weren't going to bother to get the core to become core complete. Now, we thought that would be a big deal for students, but evidently it's not. So, yes.
I heard people from community colleges saying, oh, we report the core when we report the degree. If they just got the core without the degree, we don't report them. So for them, it's the same thing. Just report that student twice. So it may be more than what we have here just because of the way they report.
I think it is partly poor reporting. So any ideas about whether this measure should change, what you think, because these are contextual measures, these are to give people a flavor of what's going on, and so Pam has something to say.
I just think that labeling is a little misleading because you've said that this includes people who take courses at any point in their career at some other institution, and we would not normally call those students transfer students. So if the total here, for example, the 1735, really is the total of the categories above it, which I think it is, then that is not going to match any measure we would have of real transfer students.
Okay. Okay, good observation. Yeah, I noticed that too. Wasn't going to point it out. I thought, well, we can change that. Okay, any other comments? Any way that you're interested in getting for your institution information on students who've enrolled at two-year institutions and then come to you? Any other things that you'd like to see?
Perhaps the community colleges might be interested in a 60 to 66. And I'm just thinking about the testimony at the Senate Higher Ed Committee last summer with Zaffarini's group and transfers, so that they have an incentive to know what % are transferring at, AA or 60 to 66. So we're kind of leaving that off by not showing that. We're not capturing that data. Maybe the community colleges might be interested in it.
No, that's an interesting point. Anybody else think that it might be useful for institutions to see? Okay. So we can give a few more breakouts of the 43 plus, and then did the student get an associate's before they transferred?
A different question.
Okay. Is that not what you were...
Associates versus, doing a 2-2, a real 2-2. So, there's incentive for students to do as much lower division work as possible for the community colleges. Incentives for students to transfer to the 4-year as fast as possible, and then incentives, on the degree. So asking if they got a degree is a different question than asking how many credits they transfer. So
right. And this is kind of broken up in those two ways. See, the top half is by number of hours, and then the awarded core, we could put received
degree, diploma,
received
degree.
Associate.
Yeah. In addition to that. Somebody might hate us for suggesting that additional data gathering. So check that with the community colleges.
No, that's all stuff we already get. Just a matter of us breaking it out in the way we report it.
When we say cohort here, these aren't students that started in '94 at a community college.
No.
It's just they were in that cohort somewhere in the state. And it's somewhere between then and fiscal year 2000, they had taken that number of semester credit hours at a community college somewhere in the state.
No, it's your people who were enrolled in fall 2010 and then go back and look if they got.
Okay.
And how many hours they got. That enrolled, that's why fall undergraduate.
Okay.
It's a complicated one to figure out how to run this. We have the same issue on trying to figure out how to explain it on the other side too. Right. But we need to probably change our definition there. No. Gabriella?
Well, I'm thinking maybe another way to calculate it. I hate to change the definition, but the way we do it in the transfer report, the separate report that we have for transfer, we look only at the students who show up as first-time transfer in fall, and we can look back how many hours only those students. So that won't include the students who started with you but took hours at community colleges. That would be another, maybe it will be more like a real cohort for you. I don't know.
Are you doing anything internally here to look at whether those are dual credit hours prior to high school graduation or post high school graduation?
I'll have to ask Diane how how she's, or whomever's running this. I can't remember who's running this right now.
I think they are included at this point, but I'm not sure either.
Okay. And what would your suggestion be? Include dual or not? Normally, we do not, well, some things we include dual, some things we don't. Do you guys have a preference? It's kind of misleading. It's because most students who take dual credit take them at a 2-year institution.
No, but I'm interested in the trends. I'm interested in seeing what's going on. And I have, my highest freshman arrived this fall with 72 hours.
Whoa.
And that was a freshman admission.
Our
so
first time undergrad.
We've got different issues that are happening.
We have actually changed a couple of our measures on the community college side for completion measures because they were concerned that their students weren't going to, will already have been completed when they come, so we're acutely aware of that issue. But let me do this. We'll work on the definition for this to make it clearer exactly how it's being run, and we'll say whether dual is included or not. Now, we still haven't quite gotten a feel from you guys whether you think we should be including dual credit students. My guess is the way this looks like it is entering fall 2003, they would have to have been non-dual credit students if we went back to the point at which students might have entered. So. No, they're already done. Okay. Okay. We'll have to look at this a little more carefully. That is a topic, if you look on number 6E, way down at the bottom of your list, something we're going to talk about later. But reverse transfer is a topic, well, maybe we should just talk about right now, and then you can tell us what you think. We've had a hard time getting a handle on reverse transfer, and then there's also the issue of knowing whether the student is willing to request it or has requested it. So now they're going to change the common application to ask the student if they want to have any hours transferred back to their community college that they came from. They originally thought it would be good to have that as a automatic, that if you didn't say no, you didn't want your hours transferred back, that it would automatically happen. We were told by the attorney here that that couldn't happen. But now when the student goes to certify, hey, this is my application, at that point they're going to get the question. So it will be well after they've completed their whole application and can really think about it, and then they'll just check off, yeah, I want my credits transferred. And so we're hoping that that will make it a little easier to get a handle on who's interested in reverse transfer. And if it does, then we'll come up with a lot more students who have had reverse transfer of credits.
Janet, will that take the place of us in the bill? It says we have to ask. Will that take place of that?
That's my understanding. Now, we can verify that for you. I'm not an expert on this topic by any means. I just know a little bit about it. But I think the feeling is if it's in the Common App, it's you're asking them.
Okay.
So let me make a note.
This is Trish from UT System. On a different note, I was just trying to look at if these are entering transfer students. I think it'd be interesting to have a comparison of first-time entering and transfer entering, and just to give an idea of what proportion of your new students are transfers and which ones are first time, and how that may be changing over time, especially for a lot of our institutions with large transfer enrollment. And I don't know, you may have that somewhere else in the system. I just, looking at this, that's what would be of interest to me.
Okay, sorry, I'm busy writing, so I wasn't paying total attention.
Okay.
So.
You want me to repeat that?
Sorry.
So if these are entry and transfer students, what I think would be an interesting comparison is the first-time entering numbers and your first-time entering transfer. So first time in college, first-time transfer students, and looking at those cohorts and the proportion. You know, do you have a larger first time in college or a larger transfer population that's coming into your institution, and how that may be changing over time?
Okay.
I know we have them in various reports, but it would, you know, if we could put them together on one page, I think that would be of interest in addition to this information.
I think we'd have to work with a group of institutional folks to come up with how we're going to define what's a transfer student.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't you have that?
We do have that. But
Yeah.
But
you have it on your, your
Yeah,
CBM one report.
we do
you know
ask.
if they're incoming, if they're first time in college or transfer, and that gives you those indicators. And you know, if you could have that information and then maybe the more detailed about the number of hours that they're bringing in, I think that would be of interest.
And see,
Well, I think
Gabriella, use the mic so that.
what needs to be discussed is you're considering, let's say, fall 2010 as first-time transfer in fall 2010, right?
Right.
But when you look that first time in college they come to you, then what are we talking about?
First time in college to you, that means that they haven't gone to a community college before.
I mean, you want to compare.
Right.
So what exactly are you comparing? I think that's what
I think it's of interest to the institutions for your population, because I think what's happening at some of our institutions is that the transfer population is increasing, and the proportion of that first time in college, that they're making up a greater proportion of that.
So we are talking about, no, I mean, not this particular measure that added to another measure, like a straight enrollment, not how many hours of community college or something.
Right, yeah. So that's what
So
I'm
it
saying.
can be like the full head count, like in the detail button. That's what we are talking about?
Well, it could be in the head count, but it would be more specific. These are head count is all enrolled.
Right.
Yeah, but
How many of those were first-time transfer?
how many were first time in college? I mean, you're just basically looking at your first time at your institution, basically. You know, in fall 2011, how many of those are first time ever in college, and how many are transfers? And then to look at that over time, you get an idea if your transfer population, especially with some of these articulation agreements, is that increasing, that more of your students are coming in, your new students are coming in as transfers.
Okay, and
Because I couldn't see how that information fits into Measure A.
no, right. You're just interested in undergraduate, right?
Right. I mean, these would be undergraduate. And I don't know, for this one, I'm still confused if these are entering or, you know, or any time.
We looked at UTSA's numbers and Pan Am's numbers, and these are
The entering cohort.
5163 is the entire undergraduate population.
Oh, I see.
That were transferred.
So entering fall cohort is wrong.
Okay.
5168 is not entering.
Okay.
Enrolled undergraduate population in the fall of 2003.
With transfer credits.
Everybody.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
The entire undergraduate
Oh, I
population.
see. Okay.
Okay.
And then the 3,072 is what?
Okay, so what we'd say is
3,072 are all transfers out of the 5,168 undergraduate population.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay. So then it's something different than what I was thinking. I'm thinking of entering transfer students.
yeah, and we need to move that.
yeah.
So if we just say fall cohort, with that,
No.
not a cohort, okay.
It's not really a
Fall
cohort.
student, fall enrollment.
Fall enrollment,
undergraduate
undergraduates,
enrollment. Okay.
Yeah.
Another way to look at that slightly differently might be to look at the percent of degree hours completed as transfer work.
And that, that's a little hard for us, especially now. We don't know whether they're finishing their courses, individual students, until we get the S. And then we, of course, never know how many hours are being accepted in transfer. So we could know how many they took and maybe successfully completed.
So,
Ed's going to straighten us out.
It's fall.
Undergraduate cohort.
But is it the enrollment for fall 2010 or 2003? So it's the enrollment in 2003 and undergraduate students, and then it looks at their record backwards and forwards. Forwards.
So if they transferred in, we wouldn't know, huh?
See, in FY 2010, they run the data back on all the 5,168 students who were enrolled in 2003.
But some of those students could have graduated if it's the total enrollment in fall, total undergraduate enrollment in fall 2003. We're looking out over 6 years.
We will look at this measure and bring clarity to what's there, and
I think it has another name before Lincoln. That's how it is in the directory.
Somebody who's on the conference call, are you trying to talk to us? Okay, we could hear somebody talking. So, all right, we'll work on this. Obviously, we worked on it, didn't quite get it, but I think the intent is to try to see how much your students are also enrolling at two-year institutions. So I think if we did something like Trish suggested on the transfer, we'd also have to break down, are they transfer from a 2-year or transfer from a 4-year? Yeah. And we know that. Yeah, I mean, what we usually do is when we find a student who swirled a lot, we give them to whichever group they took the most from. So if we had a student who was entering for the first time, and, well, if we're talking about first-time transfer, we would look at where they immediately came from. If they came from 2 places, 1 2-year and 1 4-year, we would award them to the type of institution that they took the most hours at. That's kind of our default of things like that when we have to kind of make a judgment. Yeah, and that's what we tend to do. But we will either rework or clarify this one. I think this is one we worked on with TARE, maybe, but so we'll continue to come up with something that gives the flavor of the overlap between universities and 2-year institutions and their sharing of students. Okay. Semester credit hours, the breakout of your undergraduate and your graduate to see what the ratio is. Kind of a characteristic of an institution. And is that the last one on that page? Yeah, okay. So any other things that we'd like to talk about on the participation measures? And of course, remember that you can give us more feedback later. And of course, you can see that Pingsville has made a comment there at the bottom of the page in the contextual box about its numbers. Okay, let's move on to success. Graduation rate, we've of course, modeled this after the federal rate, and we break it out by same institution and other institution so that LBB can get the measure it needs. Oh, I see Lucy's come. Hey. Okay, before we start this success section, let's get Lucy Heston up here. She's going to talk with you about any of your questions on... Yes, why don't you just come right here. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, and is it on?
I hope not.
Well, check and make sure.
There we are. Good afternoon. I'm Lucy Heston, and I work in Academic Affairs and Research Division. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer as many as I can.
So, core questions, right? Didn't we have some core questions? Where are we? What's happening, right?
Well, the core curriculum, where are we? We're waiting until next week, to be honest with you. We're waiting for the board members to review the proposed rule changes, and I see a couple of UEAC folks in here. UEAC is our Undergraduate Education Advisory Committee, who spent about 2 years, along with a couple of assessment folks, Lorraine and Danita McAnally from Amarillo College, helped us with this report that UEAC put together to develop these core curriculum rules, which was then reviewed by, worked with by the coordinating board staff and sent to the commissioner to come up with the rules that were posted for comment back in July. And it's the board will vote on those rules next Thursday for core curriculum changes to be begun in fall of 2014 is when we're looking to get the new core curriculum going. As far as how the procedures will be implemented and how to request new courses, and more importantly, how to assess the core objectives, those overreaching things like critical thinking, communication skills, social responsibility, personal responsibility, teamwork. Did I miss one? I think that's it. Those are what will be assessed for the core curriculum. How that's going to happen, we are hoping, fingers crossed, and plan to use the SACS model for assessment in that and keep it along those lines so you're not doing two things for the same thing. But again, as far as what courses are going to be approved for what component area and how does the component area option, how's that going to work? When the board makes their final recommendation is when we will be able to develop specific procedures. So that's where we are with that. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer, but without knowing what the board's going to do, we do have our hands tied just a little bit. Yes, ma'am.
Lucy, can you say anything about the relationship between the last thing that came out of UEAC and what was actually posted? And can you say anything about the comments that have come in? Are you able to summarize, just in broad categories, what kind of comments are coming in?
Absolutely. From UEAC, then the procedure then was to take that to coordinating board staff, where there were several folks who worked with this to develop rules that would go along, and we did pretty much a side-by-side of here's what UEAC recommends and here's what coordinating board staff maybe would want to tweak or clarify or something like that. So and presented it to the commissioner and got his feedback on it, bringing in discussions like do we want to think about a writing intensive requirement? Do we want to think about foreign language requirement? So everything opened back up again. But really the goal was to stay as close to UEAC as possible and their recommendations. So from there, the rules were developed. They went out for comment. We got, I don't know if I've seen the agenda item, but Catherine Parsoneau put together the responses to the comments, and I believe there were gosh, hundreds of comments, and they came in everything from there's too much history and political science, which is in statute. I can't believe you've cut out math, to communication, to valid points about the definitions of core objectives and everything like that. So I have to say I was on vacation at the time, so Catherine got to do all the comments. Poor me. She went through and worked with the academic affairs staff, McGregor and Kevin and folks, to go through all of those comments to say, okay, yes, let's fix this, this was correct, or no, we want to stay with UEAC's original or the staff recommendation, and went through every single comment, made a response to every single comment, which takes a while. And there are changes from the rules that were posted. There have been a few changes and clarifications of things that we came up with that was even more confusing than originally. So they have been hopefully changed, and again, that's what will be presented to the board on Thursday. So it's been through several iterations.
Lucy, it might help if you talked about what the remaining issues are or what the complications are going to be if it's approved by our board.
The biggest question that we have right now is mostly procedure on and process, how our course is going to be approved, how do we know if my course is going to be able to make it into the core. And I think the biggest question that we've had going out is the component area option. What gets picked for that? And to be honest with you, at this point in time, I cannot give you a response to that until that's our standing answer at this point in time. Until Thursday, we have to let the board make their decision on if they want to come in and say, no, we want that component area option to be foreign language, they have that right, or whatever they want to choose. So I don't want to say this is how it's going to be, because we can't say at this point. So we understand that there's lots of questions about how the new core is going to be implemented, how to proceed to the next step. We ask that you like us, are being as patient as we can in developing those next steps.
And how about transcripting of courses and different hours for courses?
Well, we are trying to keep the same transcripting, the same TACRO codes as much as we possibly can, the 010, the 030, etc. The 011s, those additional areas, additional communication, additional humanities, those have all been removed. So really the 10 digits, 010 through 090, remain. We are going to be hopefully working with TACRO again if there's some things that come up that seem to be a problem, and work with them like Catherine worked with about 10 years ago when they did the revisions last time. So it is out there, transcripting question, yes.
Hi, Lucy. Pam Hawes from UT Arlington.
Yes,
are you saying that the coordinating board would take a more active role in approving specific courses that could be awarded, that core credit could be awarded for?
Along the same line of what we already do. All courses that are approved for the core curriculum have to be approved by coordinating board staff. So to the same level that we do now. I think the only difference is we're going to be more formulaic. Instead of having folks write a letter, there'll be a form to fill out, just to make things a little bit easier. But no difference in the way we approve courses than we do right now.
So the real hardcore vetting would happen still on the campuses?
Absolutely.
And then you all just...
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And is it a 42-hour core?
At this point in time, I'm going to put a disclaimer at the front of absolutely everything I say. At this point in time, 42 hours is the recommendation for the core curriculum, yes.
Lucy, thanks. Valerie Payton from Texas Tech. Thanks for all your help on so many things. We're glad you're back.
Thank you.
I think we're on record as saying that we're very, very, very concerned that the state core would be 6 credit hours in natural sciences, life and physical sciences, and not allow for labs. In particular, we're very, very concerned that we're going to have community college graduates, transfers, who are not prepared at the same level that we expect at research institutions. And I will tell you that there's been quite a bit of discussion by the universities around the state that I've heard about that basically says that those institutions will simply require lab sciences. And what that does is it defeats the purpose of a statewide transferable core. And at this time in day, when STEM initiatives are so important to our state, I'm just going to reiterate what Texas Tech has already said. We are very, very concerned about a 6-credit-hour life and physical science component of the core curriculum.
Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate those comments very much. The labs, whether it's science labs or math labs or even foreign language labs, were a point of great discussion from UEAC all the way through the commissioner. It is a concern on how those might be incorporated. What we are having to take into consideration is that there are some, I don't want to say many because I'm not 100% sure how much, but there are some institutions that have integrated lab in a 3-hour course. They do not have 4-hour courses or a 3+1, and they are listed in the ACGM, so we do have to take those into consideration as well. We hope that the labs can either be, and again, depending on the board's decision, we are hoping that labs will be incorporated either as part of the degree requirements or possibly, again, this is a big question mark, in that component area option. Labs have been a question on everyone's mind, but we have to, with 6 hours is what UEAC recommended because they saw also that the integrated labs would cause problems there too. So, yes, it's on our radar, but thank you for that.
Lucy, I have a question. Lorraine Phillips from Texas A&M. This is a faculty question, so I might not be in the perfect venue for this because we're really talking about a lot of IR and data things, but I did notice that the UEAC recommendation on the map where we mapped the core objectives into all of the component areas, was pretty robust post-UEAC.
Yes.
And then it was even more robust on August 26th. And I was wondering what the basic thinking or reasoning was in that process, because I know faculty will find that challenging because it was an already pretty challenging process.
That, again, came up in comments. A few of them were added to. Some of them, I believe the math component stayed the same with 3 core objectives. Again, a point of great discussion, which ones and how much. At one point it was said that all core objectives should be in all component areas, and it went, I tell you, it went from here to here to here to here, and it went backwards and forwards. So how we ended up was the coordinating board staff and really felt that these core objectives were so solid and such a integral part of all education and not just the core curriculum, that they really wanted to see if more could be incorporated and not just the minimum of 3. So that's, I believe 4 is the commonality. I think maybe social and behavioral sciences has 5, but I'm not sure how that one turned out. That was a big question I had before I left on vacation. I'm sorry. I went on vacation at the wrong time, apparently. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have a question about the 42 hours. We've discussed it at our institution, and our faculty are not completely sure if, when you say a 42-hour core, if that means we identify a set of courses that add up to 42 hours that everybody takes, or do we have a larger list of courses that some students take and some don't, but they all add up to 42 hours?
The bottom line is the student can complete the core in 42 hours.
For example, currently we might have 10 science courses that a student would choose from.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. You'd still have the same, much as you do right now, you'd still have a list of several different, college algebra, statistics, whatever.
We might have 150 hours worth of core courses
correct.
Proposed, but students would just take 42, or just get credit for 42
correct.
hours.
They would take 3 hours in math,
Okay.
6 hours in communication, and you would select the courses that the student could then choose from, again, much like it is right now. We wouldn't change that now.
You're looking forward, no doubt, to the 26th, but if you look beyond that, is there any discussion of the core that's required, that's common across the state, that universities don't get to choose specifically for their own students, of that getting smaller than 42?
Getting smaller than 42?
Than 42.
Well, by statute, it cannot be smaller than 42. The HB 3025 this summer proposed a 36-hour core curriculum, and that was defeated. So by statute, it has to be 42.
There was discussion at the bottom of one of the documents that went out that said, here's what you're commenting on, you know, when you commented, when any of us were to comment, and as part of that talked about long-range things that might include changes in statute, though, and I wondered if those conversations were likely to continue at the coordinating board.
They were, and at the beginning of the session, those were points that were brought up by the Commissioner to various members of the legislature, I believe, about reducing the core curriculum requirements to be in line with 120 to assist institutions. But again, will it continue? I have no doubt 2 years from now we will bring all sorts of things up again. The problem is with changing the core curriculum, it's such a mammoth task. It has taken UEAC 2 years to get to this point. Changing it again in 2 years would be Herculean, and I'd be a little afraid. So if the core, if statute were to change, this summer would have been the perfect time. Will we change the core if the legislature changes it next session? If they say to us, yes, take it down to 36, then we will do as they please, as they wish us to do, and follow that. Will we continue to pursue it? I can't comment on that. We're just trying to get through this one right now.
And again, the reason I ask is not, I mean, there are several reasons I ask, but one of the reasons is because that was included as part of the UEAC report.
It was, and when that was written, it was before the session began, and so it was really a recommendation to the Commissioner to take to the legislature at that time. It was approved back in February, April, I believe. Will it be a point of continued discussion? I cannot comment on that at this point. I can't promise of what's going to happen on October 27th, let alone 2 years from now, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Lucy, is there going to be a place for a freshman seminar in the core?
Again, I can't comment on what courses can or will not be included. It all depends on what the board approves next Thursday for their core curriculum. I just cannot say specifically about specific courses at this time. I really cannot. The bottom line on the component area option is that the courses in that component area will meet the core objectives outlined in one of the other component area options. Okay, so if you pick a course, underwater basket weaving, which is my favorite course and program to use, and as an example, if you can prove, if the faculty can show your administration and then to us that underwater basket weaving meets the core objectives and is accessible for those core objectives found in social and behavioral sciences, then it could possibly be part of the component area option. It could, if you chose underwater basket weaving to be a social and behavioral science and said, yes, it meets those 5 core objectives, and the faculty can show that it's included in there, and you guys are able to assess it, off we go.
Lucy, I think at Texas State, I think we believe that the components are fairly reasonable and not that far-fetched from where we're at right now. I think our concern is in the objectives, the core objectives, and are we really truly, I'm sure there's been much discussion, but are we truly going to be able to measure those in any meaningful way?
Dr. East, I'm going to actually let Lorraine answer that question because she was our assessment consultant, if you'd be happy to do that. But from that, those core objectives came from AAC&U's LEAP objectives, and they have fabulous assessment tools. If I'm not, I'm going to let Lorraine finish this one out, if you don't mind.
Well, I can speak a little bit to what Texas A&M experienced just recently in 2011. And then also just to point out that I think that in the work that the UEAC conducted over the last 2 years, the AAC&U work was a great benefit to helping us as a framework for what the UEAC was really trying to do with the core objectives. We call them core objectives because the word objective was in statute, but AAC&U calls them essential learning outcomes. And really, I think the thinking is they really were 21st century outcomes and things that employers really do want students to know how to do. The criteria for thinking about how to implement those outcomes is probably best outlined in the value rubrics of AAC&U. And at our institution, we have found the value rubrics to be valuable in terms of trying to think through how to implement these criteria in the courses. There's no doubt that using value rubrics requires faculty judgment, but we actually believe that that's the best way, using authentic student work and strong, calibrated faculty judgment to think about the achievement of the outcomes. Texas A&M asked the coordinating board's permission to pilot the 6 objectives. We had to turn in our assessment report in April of 2011. And I just turned in the SACS report for 2012, reaffirmation, on September the 12th. And we used the same report. So I really appreciated the coordinating boards. They set out to structure the assessment process this way, and then they actually did it in terms of that pilot. So I found that very helpful. In fact, the coordinating board reacted to our report in April, and we were able to use that information in our SACS process, and it actually ran seamlessly like the way it was supposed to. So we do use multiple measures. We do use both direct and indirect. We don't look for a panacea. We look for, the best picture that we can get of our student achievement of each of the outcomes, or core objectives, I guess we're calling them because of statute. That might begin to address your question a little bit.
Can I just add a little bit? I would give an emphatic yes to start off that answer. I would say the same thing Lorraine did at U of H. We've been assessing these things, and they are absolutely accessible. For some institutions, it's a pretty significant shift from the way they've been looking at and assessing the core, but there's no question that these outcomes are accessible.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. I keep hearing the language that what we're going to do in assessing the core is consistent with what we do for SACS.
For general education.
General education. Yes. At our institution, the last time we assessed for the purposes of SACS, we attempted to measure our locally developed general education learning outcomes, which have some overlap with the outcomes that we're talking about here for the core, but they're not the same things. And so I'm a little confused about how those two are going to be consistent.
Well, currently the core curriculum is assessed, I believe it's every 10 years, and that report is sent to the coordinating board based on the exemplary educational objectives that are currently in the core. So that process will continue of assessing the core by those objectives, so to speak, but it's just what they are is different.
The part that confuses me is for SACS, we don't address the exemplary educational outcomes at all.
Okay, well, you can continue. I'm not telling you obviously what you don't have to do.
I'm trying to figure out what's being said.
Well, what we did. Go ahead.
I would like to just jump in on what our experience was because Texas A&M has a set of undergraduate outcomes that are important for Aggies to acquire before they graduate. And in addition, we have what the state is doing, and we have to comply with the state. And so what we did is produce a map that mapped the state outcomes to the Texas A&M outcomes. It ended up working really well because the essential learning outcomes that are our 21st century outcomes, you know, that are purported by ACNU and others, ended up being important in both cases. And so the mapping actually wasn't a big stretch. It really ended up making good sense for us.
Okay.
If I can follow on, the SAC standard is Comprehensive Standard 3.5.1, and it is about the institution must measure the extent to which its graduates have accomplished its or met its core competencies, and core competencies don't really mean core curriculum.
No. Right.
They're not necessarily one and the same, however they could be. And in fact, we could in fact aspire to have a world in which we introduced a core competency, let's say personal and social responsibility. In the lower division, we reinforced it at the 3,000 level, and we did summative assessment of it in our capstones prior to exit. So you would have a classic assessment environment of at entrance, at midpoint, at exit. And the core competencies, each institution must drive. But if the state comes around in all public institutions and embraces these competencies, or let's say these objectives in the core curriculum, it sure makes a lot of sense to think about drilling them through your curriculum and out the other side as your core competencies. So you could have additional competencies. For instance, we have a multicultural requirement for the university, and that is an additional competency. So that's the, in SACS we are being assessed at the core curriculum level, at the program level, at the course level, and then at the core competency level. And so that's sort of the more meta-analysis that you could see where you could drive it from start to finish. And it just kind of depends on when your institution went through this process as to how ratcheted up the standards have become at the SACS level. So,
Juan?
As an upper-level institution, we're very concerned with student preparedness by the time that they come to our institution. And I was wondering whether the issue of student preparedness was discussed in relation to lowering the core curriculum to 42 hours.
Well, the core was never lowered to 42. It's currently 42 to 48 as an option. And I don't quote me on these numbers, but almost 80% of the institutions in the state already have a core curriculum that's 42 semester credit hours. So very few institutions, and those who have above 42 are really are below even 45 hours. So 42 to 45 is the majority of institutions in the state have a core curriculum of that size. So really it's not being lowered at all. It's just being equalized across the state.
Lucy, would you like to talk about what the timeline is for implementation? I know you've done that before, and then maybe what we're going to do as perhaps an agency to help institutions, like suggesting that Lorraine talk about what they did?
Yes. Again, October 27th, next Thursday, the coordinating board, the board members will vote on the rules. As soon as that is over, and by the way, it's going to be the world's longest meeting next Thursday, by the way. So as soon as that is done, the staff will be developing procedures for institutions to help them develop the core curriculum. The growth, the beginnings of this is going to belong on the campus. We want this to come from the faculty, to develop, to look at the core objectives, to see how they fit with their core structure. Many of UEAC members talked about the amazing pedagogical change that is occurring in these 6 core objectives, and hopefully that we will give you guys enough support through assessment, through we're hoping to do maybe some sessions much like this one, maybe having some going out into the field with all of our travel expenses, and meeting with different groups to talk about how courses can be brought into the core and what the state is looking for in a general core curriculum. So as soon as we get the okay next Thursday, we will be developing those procedures, and we will post them on the Academic Affairs website as soon as we have them developed. And I say as soon as, it takes a while. So that's not a couple of days, that's a few weeks. From November-ish through, if I'm not mistaken, I should have looked up these dates, I do apologize. I think we are looking for November of 2013, so an entire year is when I believe we're going to ask institutions to submit their request for core curriculum approval by the board, coordinating board staff.
2 years from now.
Yes, so 2 years from now, 2013, 2 years to develop the core curriculum, with implementation, everyone in the state implementing their new core curriculum in fall of 2014. With November 2013, that will give us as a staff to review the requests and get them back to you in enough time for new student orientation, more importantly for catalogs, and for course selections for the summer, for the fall, I beg your pardon, and that sort of thing. We are aware that you have internal deadlines quite early in the spring also, so we want to get those turned around to you as in a timely manner on that. So November 2013 is when we're looking for, with implementation of the new core in fall of 2014. And again, in the meantime, we hope to put together, have sessions with experts in the field, maybe have a day on communication and critical thinking skills, on how you can develop courses for that, or how courses you have right now may fit in there, that sort of thing. That's our goal.
Okay, Lucy, I think they have some other questions. If you wouldn't mind talking maybe about the program review process and the low-producing degree programs, maybe.
Yes, we are. October 27th, the board will be concluding the first annual low-producing program review report. This process was new to everyone in the state, and I would like to thank everyone in this room. I know everybody had a hand in this low-producing report, and it was enormous. In the end, we identified in the state 549 programs that were considered low-producing, determined by the thresholds approved by the board in April of 2010. I can pull up numbers if you'd like me to, but in a nutshell, the process went quite well. We did find some glitches that we will be fixing and procedure items that we will be sorting out. I know a lot of you had reporting issues that on both ends that we are sorting out and coming up with ways to rectify those. So thank you and patience on both ends for that. The low producing process, we sent out, just to quickly overview what happened, back in February we sent out an individual institution report of the the programs that were considered low producing. We asked institutions to respond with, by June the 1st, either phasing out the program, consolidating with a similar program, or requesting a temporary exemption. Those requests were then given to coordinating board staff, who then went through and reviewed the proposals, the requests, focusing, I'm going to say, on the consolidations, obviously, and mostly the temporary exemptions. The temporary exemptions, we were looking at closing the gaps initiatives and coordinating board priorities. We were looking at the action plan, which included recruitment, retention, and graduation policies and initiatives at the institution, cost efficiencies, anything and everything that you put in there we took into consideration and looked at to make our decision. The staff then met with leadership in academic affairs. In fact, it was a 3-day event where we went through every single program and discussed at great length to come up with a decision, which was then Then we responded to the institutions. The institutions were given on any decision that they did not believe that that they agreed with. Then the institutions were allowed to appeal that decision, and we asked for a little bit more information. Namely, we asked for information, statistical information and data from FY 2011. Because the low producing report was from FY 2006 through FY 2010. So we asked for any information that came in FY 2011 that may have significantly altered the decision. Say there were large enrollment increases, or more importantly, that summer you had 12 students graduated, which would have taken you off the list, that sort of thing. Or any other additional information that would just totally change the scope of what the original temporary exemption request had. Those appeals go directly to the board, and the board will be considering those next Thursday. So along with the core curriculum and bacterial meningitis, they will also be considering the appeals for low producing, thus a long meeting next Thursday. So out of those we had, I believe we had about 44 appeals, if I'm not mistaken. So each institution will have a chance to discuss their programs and talk to the board about their appeal. Next one, the FY 2007 through FY 2011 report of low producing programs will be coming out in February. Much like it did this year, we are hoping, because it's not so new, to do a little quicker turnaround, mostly so we can get the results back to you much quicker. We know it was a long process of waiting this summer. Again, much appreciated. We did spend a lot of time on this and wanted to make a full and thorough review. And I appreciate your patience on that. We will hope to, now we know what we're doing, she says jokingly, we will get them out to you much quicker this summer, the results of those, and the turnaround will be better for the institution.
Thank you.
So the existing program review, the other component to this, looking at the other end, we are very close, and I said this about 6 months ago, to doing a pilot project on the measures. I don't want to point fingers and blame anybody, but it was a technical issue that it got stuck. So, and then low producing got in the middle of it, so we had to pause on that, and we are now off and running. And so if your institution was so kind enough to volunteer to be a pilot institution, that should be coming soonish, and I may want to talk to, I know Texas Tech volunteered. Finding out from you guys when would be a good time to run the pilot project. I don't want to ask you to do something right at the busiest time of year for you guys, so we'll be coming with that. When we will launch it fully, again, it all depends on how the pilot project goes, but we're looking for sometime possibly in spring of 12 is our goal. With the technical issues that we have, I'm not 100% certain on that, I'm afraid. What is being chosen, what we have on the website right now is we have a sort of a 10-year map of by zip codes, by the first 2 digits of zip codes, having them on a rotating basis. We're still in discussion about, does everybody do it? Everybody do their engineering, in FY 2014, does everybody do it, or do we select institutions, or do we go with a peer group, or do we, how are we going to do the process of it? We're still trying to determine who and how much we're going to be doing this existing performance program review. The result, at the end of it, the goal is to have the result of finding programs that are excellent, finding, through this review, finding programs that are above and beyond, both data-wise and as far as working with transfer students and such, at the programmatic level. And I say programmatic, I mean 2-digit SIP level. For example, in our pilot project, we're running SIP code 23, which is English. So it's that programmatic level. Finding programs that are excellent, finding programs that are doing well and succeeding. And then the third group is programs that are in need of assistance. And our hope is that we get those programs that are in need of assistance and match them with, find equivalent institutions, match them maybe by peer group, hoping that the institutions that are on the excellent level will assist those students that are in need, assist the programs and institutions that are in need of assistance and share retention policies and initiatives, graduation initiatives and the such, enrollment issues and that sort of thing. So that's really our goal at the end of it, is to find out where we are on that. So timeline-wise,
doesn't sound like the same thing.
Fingers crossed, spring of 12. It could be a different time, I'm afraid.
Thank you very much, Lucy.
Any other questions for me?
Don't think so.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Have a lovely afternoon.
They'll be writing if they have other questions.
Yes.
So we'll get back with accountability now. Thank you very much for coming down. So in order to get through all of this before we leave, I would assume that the graduation rate 4, 5, and 6 year is pretty straightforward and understood. No. Vicki?
I just have one comment suggestion. The graduating from other institutions causes a lot of confusion to people that don't really understand what they're looking at. I don't know how useful that is to most people. We tend to ignore it.
Do you? Okay. We think it's highly important. Yeah, because...
Well, people tend to look at your report and pick up the wrong number.
Well, we tend to emphasize the one that's the combination of the two, for the reason that there's some institutions, even universities, that are located in areas where they don't even have very active community colleges, and so a lot of people go there with the intent of transferring on. And we just think, from the point of view of closing the gaps, if the student graduates, we're glad. We don't care if it's your institution or another one. And in terms of using the data, if all your students are leaving and you're not that kind of university, then we would think you would want to know. So it is one of the things I think that we probably won't get rid of, because it's viewed as very important here at the coordinating board. But an interesting comment nonetheless. Anybody else on this one?
Yes, please. This is Bill Fannin at Permian Basin.
Yeah.
I'd like to see if we could discuss adding to that very top chart a measure that you have in the almanac, but is not yet on the accountability.
Okay. What's that?
At least I haven't found it. And that's your measure of the undergraduate student FTE to undergraduate degrees awarded. Or its reciprocal, which is the number of degrees by undergraduate FTEs.
Okay. Yeah.
Here's my reasoning. The measures that we highlight there, while they're very traditional and they're the federal ones, and of course they're extremely important because they were created by the NCAA for football teams, which we don't have football, by the way. Basically, don't count half my student body. You have to be a full-time freshman to be in those rates. Then if you take the transfers, you have to be a full-time transfer to be in the transfer rate. Well, that's not the world that we live in. I've got students, I only have about 20% of those people who graduate from UT Permian Basin having started as full-time freshmen, much less stayed full-time freshmen, or full-time students while here. And of those who transfer, well over half are not full-time students, either at the community college before they got here or at UTPB once they're here. So those measures ignore it. Now, your ratio there that you've got in the accountability, or in the almanac, includes everybody. And the nice thing about it is that it also is an efficiency measure from the point of view of how fast are students going through. And if you look at that ratio and say, well, how would I improve it? You improve it if you increase your full-time graduation rate for freshmen. You would improve it if you improve your full-time graduation rate for transfers. You would improve it if you made things easier and smoother for part-time students of all types. You would improve it if you improved your retention rates. Everything that we talk about will improve that ratio, but it won't necessarily improve your 4-year, 6-year, and 5-year graduation rates. Now, I know politically that that's the one everybody's put on because, of course, football is important in Texas. But operationally, if we're really concerned about how many degrees we produce and how we produce them relatively efficiently in terms of credit hours, and I remember the discussion that you had earlier about dollars, and the problem with dollars is that the formula takes care of some of the issues of cost per credit hour because different fields are more expensive. So if you have more engineers graduating, your cost is going to go up per degree. But with credit hours, they're going to be 120 degrees because the coordinating board is going to beat me into submission and make sure they're 120 degrees, 120 credits per degree. If we then are helping our students meet that, and that particular ratio also has an intuitive, well, what would you expect? Well, for a 4-year institution, you would expect that ratio for full-time equivalents to degrees to be 4. For our upper level, you would expect it to be 2, because that's if they were taking full-time. So that's why I would argue that we need to add up front, put before folks, a ratio that includes all students and also includes productivity up there at the graduation rate.
Okay, good idea, and I think we've talked about that measure quite a little bit. Everybody, do you agree? Does that seem like a reasonable thing to add to this section?
We look at the graduation rate when we have...
We actually looked at it earlier where it was, and I mentioned that on the community college side we were going to put the link to that graduation rate page because we do have the graduation rate for full-time students and for part-time students listed out there. One reason that we never mind showing this graduation rate is that the assumption is the students who are going to graduate most quickly are those who start as full-time students. And so we think it presents a better picture than some of the other rates would. But we certainly...
It's not a bad rate for itself. It's just that it's not a very representative rate for many of your institutions in the state.
Right.
If you look at other measures. So if you're asking me, how do I increase degrees in Texas, which is what the whole Closing the Gap is all about, is how do we get degrees out in Texas? When I've got half the students not being counted, I really ought to watch that half that these things don't watch at all.
Right, and Bill, I think everybody here agreed that that was worthwhile to add.
Okay.
Anyway, so we will add the link here to the graduation rate page, okay? And we have, just to let everybody...
This is to put it up there at the very top where you've got those graduations, not a link to the page, but put that ratio.
Yeah, I think, yes.
Student credit
I
hours,
understood.
the student FTE to degree ratio, or it's reciprocal, either way you want to do it.
Uh-huh.
This is Joe Meyer at Texas State. Just one comment about that measure. I glanced through those ratios in that almanac and was a little surprised. Some of them looked a little bit counterintuitive to me. And I wonder if it might be valuable, in addition to having the overall ratio, to breaking out the ratio for native students and transfer students separately. Because I think the proportion of enrollment that's made up of transfers versus native students probably varies quite a bit from one institution to another.
Well, it does. But I think it would be, I don't mind breaking it out. I'd also show the total because if you're, for instance, one of the things we would like to do is increase the number of degrees, and one of the ways to do that is improve our relationships with transfers from community colleges. That would be caught in the overall rate. So as a way of saying a measure ought to reflect improvements, I would put them both in and put the total.
Okay. And we have 50 minutes left, so we're going to go through the ones that aren't controversial pretty quickly so we can concentrate on some of the other ones. Degrees awarded, number 11, for those of you who are listening online. And by the way, I've heard that what's online is a very small picture, but you can increase the size of that picture on your screen. Okay, so that's pretty straightforward by level and ethnicity, and then the detailed button will give you the breakout for the combination of those things. Okay, no, wait, okay, undergraduate degrees to at-risk students. This came about because of discussions in the legislature, and so that's why it's there. Then the next group, and there are quite a few of these, STEM, nursing, allied health, and teachers, are all part of the Closing the Gaps critical fields, so we report what we can on what you're doing in those areas. If you have any comments as we go through. Yeah, Dennis. Where's the mic for him, please?
Thank you. The one right before of at-risk students, we had trouble internally matching some of these numbers because of the Pell Grant definition.
Oh, you're talking about the at-risk one?
Yeah, I think it's number 12, right? Yeah, number 12. You know, when we try to calculate number of at-risk students for ourselves, that number is a lot lower because, and I think the explanation we got was because
you want to hover over the definition?
The Pell Grant. Well, it's because of the Pell Grant. We only know the student Pell Grant status here at our institution, and I think the way the coordinating board calculates it is if they had ever received Pell Grant anywhere within the state. So we cannot, first of all, reproduce this number. And so our question then becomes, well, is there any way we could get some help from you guys in identifying the same group of students that the state defines as at risk, since we're not able to do it on our own with our internal data?
Okay. We'll have to talk about that to see if there's any way we can disclose or redisclose data to you. I don't know what else to say other than we run it the same for everybody, and we are looking at what we have in our
And we
database.
understand the concerns, and we just wanted to voice it again that it's a fairly important topic to us also, and we would love to be able to know which of our students that we're not aware of might be in the at-risk category, because we have no way without your help to identify those.
Then back to the critical fields. Any comments on those measures? Teacher production, we know the only place we can get that is from SBEC. Okay, graduation and persistent, Pam, should be right behind you.
We have some or at least one set of computer science degrees that are under CIP code 11 instead of CIP code 14.
Computer science? We do use 11 for computer science.
You do? Okay. Well, I'm confused. I haven't looked at it for a while.
14 would be engineering for us, but so when we're doing the breakout between computer science, engineering, math, and physical sciences, it's coming out, you come out with a different proportion than we do? Or number?
Okay, I withdraw my comment. But
okay.
Have you always used 11 under computer
Yeah, that's
science?
the only one probably we do use for that.
Okay. All right, I'll check it out and email you
yeah, if
I
there's
still
an
have a
issue, let us know. Vicki?
We have it.
a similar issue because I think it's biology is not counted as
Right,
physical
and
science.
let me give you the background on that because we get that question a lot. It comes from the beginnings of Closing the Gaps, and these measures are basically the Closing the Gaps measures. And when the original big group met of high-level people from around the state to develop Closing the Gaps, they looked at graduates in fields that were important and decided that there were lots of students majoring in biology and that it wasn't an area where we needed to put extra attention because we had a lot of graduates. So I think probably for us as an agency, in a year or so, we'll probably start gearing up for the next iteration of Closing the Gaps, and who knows what's going to be part of it.
Because it makes the
I know when we say science, I know.
definition of STEM different from
Yes,
the
yes.
federal definition.
But we're trying to be consistent with what Closing the Gaps has always had. So, but that's the reason it's not in there. Not that we think biology is not important, but that as a critical field, in terms of needing extra graduates, we were doing pretty well as a state, and I think we still are. Okay, well, let's go down. So we can speed along here. Persistence in graduation, we'll put also, once again, the link to the other page because where we have the graduation rates, we also have the persistence at same and other. If you see a measure and you have a question about it and I've gone too quickly, let me know. The percent of your enrollment who are first-time students 19 and under, to give a context for the types of students you have on your campus, percent of students receiving Pell, part-time, first-time degree-seeking undergraduates. And then we get to the 1 year and 2 year persistence rates. We run same and other. Okay, now developmental education. And if I'm going too fast, let me know, but I don't want us to run out of time. In your handout, you have a page that looks like this. And we realized, having tried to explain these measures many times, what we had here, that we needed to come up with something different. And so we have come up with these. They're the same three measures. One, did you pass the college level class? Two, if you were below the TSI standards, did you meet TSI? And two, did you persist based on your level of preparation? The one that's on the first page here, you can see it'll be tracked. We've got 1/2 years. That means that in where we put our DevEd data out there, in much more detail where we follow it from year to year so you can see how your students are progressing in a cohort from 1 year to the next. This one will be tracked and reported on for both the first year and the second year of progress. The most important things are that these sections met standards, did not meet standards, and unknown you'll be able to add them up better. We're finding with the new version of the 2, we have a lot fewer unknowns than we did in the past, so your data is going to look a little bit different perhaps as we move forward. The other thing we'd always said did not meet standard in all 3 areas. We always had that number, but what we often didn't have was did not meet standard in 1, 2, or 3 areas. So that's an absolute number of the number of students who were below TSI in at least one area. And then you see the unknowns there. This is just an example. It doesn't work, it doesn't add anywhere. But and then this bottom portion where we highlight the most and least prepared populations, that won't probably be in the accountability system. It will be on the developmental education data pages that we have out there, and we'll put a link to those pages for each of the DevEd measures. And the other thing I wanted to point out about this, because the items across the top are the same with the exception of I. What we found when we started working on the almanac and looking at the comparison of the data was that, particularly for a few community colleges, we had a higher percentage of their students passing the first college level class than we had meeting TSI. Now, they do have one more year to do it in, 3 years instead of 2 years, but that just didn't make sense to us. And so when we went back and started looking, we realized many institutions never reported to us that a student had completed TSI, but yet we see them passing the college level course. Some institutions, when we went back and talked to them, they said, no, we can't report that because the student, didn't ever pass TSI as far as we know. But somehow they got into a college level class. So for us, we think that if a student's able to pass a college level course in the area, we would consider them TSI ready. May not work for your institution, but it's the way we've decided it makes more intuitive sense. To say you can't pass TSI, but you can pass a college course makes you question the course, if that's really the case. So what we're doing now, and it won't be as important in the future with the new two because I think it's much clearer, but we'll be adding in those students who we find as passing a college level course in an area which they were below the TSI standard. We'll add them in here as passing and meeting TSI. So won't probably make a lot of difference for universities, but we know for community colleges it does make a big difference. Just a reporting glitch. And we know the old TSI is particularly hard to report. So those are the changes on that page. The next page basically is the college level course page. It's going to be exactly the same in the columns, and then the rows will be like the ones we saw on the other side. So you'll be able to see those students who didn't meet the standard. And then the following one, which they're not all up here at this moment, but we might as well just go through all of them. Particularly for the last measure, the persistence measure, you'll be able to see for students who did meet the TSI standards, whether they persist, and those who didn't meet them, whether they persisted or not. So if you would share this with people on your campuses who are interested in developmental education, see if this seems to make more sense, is a little bit clearer. We're interested in your feedback. As I said, this won't be in this year's accountability system. Steve.
Jan, on going back to the first page, for the did not meet standards, could we do the combinations within that instead of just the three? Like, people were math only, reading only, writing only, and then the combinations of math and writing and math and reading.
Okay.
Because we could get back to the total number who had a math failure, but it would give more context for the type of developmental needs we're having to serve. It's a question we answer on our campus quite frequently,
okay.
So that would help.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was a discussion we had when we first designed what is in accountability system now. And when we put it down, it was so much that nobody could really make sense out of it.
I mean, but we're just talking about adding, what, two rows?
I'd say you've got math reading, math writing, and reading writing.
Right.
So to me, we would, if we don't add these in accountability, what we would do is add them on our DevEd page, and everybody knows where that is? Yeah. Okay. So we're trying, that measure in accountability is so huge that we may decide to put them in the other place, but I'll...
But you are saying, so to have English only, math only, math writing, math reading, reading writing, right? So you have 5 lines here.
Right. Or put them at other places, fine. That just gives more context. If you're trying to add up the numbers across to match what you have as in developmental coursework at your campus, you have to have those kind of combinations to really understand the enrollment and stuff.
Yeah,
so that helps.
The problem for us reporting back is, of course, if they were low in math and reading, do we have to wait until they pass both of those to say their TSI met? And so those are all the kind of things we've talked about, but we'll explore with our DevEd staff. They've been working with their DevEd advisory group on this document, and I know it's a topic that's come up, so we'll think about what we can do to make that clearer. So it may take a few more rows if we have to break out for each one of those the pieces, but it's hard to do that as a single piece unless you want to wait till they pass both. Okay? So, all righty. Is this the next one then, Gabriella, right below the first DevEd measure? Okay. Graduation of two-year college. Okay, these are two measures that deal with your transfer students. We originally just reported these out for students who had 30 semester credit hours or more at a community college. That measure started because the community colleges were very concerned that we would be holding them accountable for their students, and they wanted to make sure they were really their students, not just transient students or students who took like one class and then moved on somewhere else. So then when they became comfortable with the fact that there wasn't any gotcha in it, then they wanted to reflect more of their students who had semester credit hours. So we're trying to kind of mirror what we have on the community college side, and so we and these two, I have to admit, we have struggled with how to label them and how to define them. And so we look at, for the first-time transfer students from a two-year college, and in the 6 years prior to transferring, we accumulate their semester credit hours, and then we follow them for 4 more years and see if they graduated. So it ends up being a really long time frame measure. So these are ones in which we would again like advice on, what would be good ways to get a handle on how successful your two-year college students are doing. We have thought in the past about trying to measure like first-time juniors who are natives at your institution with students who are transferring in a certain amount of credit, but we don't really know how many credit hours they're able to transfer in. So we don't really know where they're becoming first-time juniors. So once again, if you have some good ideas on it, we're very interested. Yes, Joe.
Janet, since you have classification on the CBM-1 and you know if you can tell if they're a first-time transfer, I'm just thinking it seems like you're going to do a lot of work to track back 6 years in time, and I wonder if you're ending up with anything of any higher quality than if you just said transfers that are entering as sophomores or something like that.
Uh-huh. We're open to other suggestions. Joe's we'll look at and think about it, and probably as we have time, we'll run a few more measures on this topic, see if any of them seem to really capture what we're trying to get at, and provide those out to institutions to give us some comments on.
The comment I want to make is regarding the program review. Mm-hmm. That's where we just say the juniors. Uh-huh. So we look at the graduation rate of the juniors that transfer as juniors. So it can be the same thing by program, but in terms of how you run it, it can be pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay, graduation rates for master's and doctoral students. I know in the past we've had lots of discussions with institutions about these measures, but there they are, and we get a lot of questions about them. I mean, people can't figure out exactly who's in our cohort, and we worked with UT Dallas very closely, sent them our cohort names, and if you want us to do that same thing for you, we're happy to do it, just so you'll know who we're able to track back and find. We go back 10 years. If we don't find them being first-time doctoral student without having master, the 30 credit hours as a master's, then we can't include them in the cohort because we don't know when they started. And so we don't hold them against you, but we can't figure it out from our side. Baccalaureate graduate success, these two I'll let Gabriela address.
These two measures actually, more than, the next four measures have to do with the employment of your graduates. It's just simple employment. It doesn't look what kind of employment, full-time, part-time, and so forth, or if they went to a graduate school. So it's done only for your graduates. So it's only a point in time, fourth quarter of the year. If you want more information, then you have to go to the exit cohort report.
And once again, we're going to put a link here to the exit cohort report. Does everybody know about that exit cohort report where we track everybody who left your institution?
Do you want for me to go there?
It'll be easier to get there once we have this link, because it's a kind of complicated thing. You have to go topics by topics by institution type.
And then automatic student and adult learner follow-up and exit cohort.
And so you'll be able to see for your students, you can see down there, you pick the institution, you pick your kind of cohort, meaning the kinds of leavers. Did they complete or did they just leave? And then years, got quite a few years of data out there. So you'll get top 10 of institutions they went to if
they continued their education, you get the top 10 institutions they went to. Now, if you have less than 10 for your institution, that means that the rest, the numbers were so low we couldn't post them. You get the top 10 majors that they enrolled in, so it's all the following fall. And the same with industries of employment.
So lots of information there, but we don't really have time to go into it.
Plus the wages.
Yeah, plus median wages. Okay, so course completion rates and for undergraduate, and then we had a request, I think, last year that we add graduate in there, so we've done that. And is that the bottom for this? Okay. Now we'll move on to excellence, assuming there are no other questions on that. Yes, Dwayne.
Uh-huh. Can you explain, maybe I'm the only one that doesn't know, what happened to formula funding?
Nothing's changing at the moment. Nothing was changed by the legislature in the last session, so yeah. To be continued. Well, and also to say, I mean, how well is the institution doing keeping students in its courses? You know, we had that, we always reported that even before the discussions about end of course funding. Okay, so is that the beginning then, Gabriela? Okay, so you see we have tenured track faculty teaching lower division SCH. That I think came from some funding that was there in the past. Does that seem like something that should be kept? Yeah, funding's gone. But does the measure have any validity any longer? Or did it ever?
I think it's a valid measure, and
okay.
it relates to a lot of quality indicators outside of the accountability system.
Okay. So no problem with keeping that measure. student-faculty ratio, you see there what we may end up possibly reporting in the almanac. Then, so the state and national exam success, we get this from the LBB, but, and we will continue to get it from the LBB, but in conjunction with this, we might add the measure that Bill talked about the accreditation of programs. We have percent of faculty who are tenure track. Now, some of you may recall the discussion we had in the past about, are these really excellence measures? They should all be moved to some other section. Institutional efficiency and effectiveness, I think, was the main one suggested. Not a bad idea. I mean, we wouldn't argue that these are the stellar excellence measures. The problem was, if we didn't leave these here, we didn't have much here. And so if we can come up with some better measures, that's terrific. Okay, then we would consider moving these. We have your QEP and what you've identified as excellent programs. And we're going to keep those things because we feel like we need to try to concentrate on some of the excellent work that's going on your campuses and get some recognition of that. Contextual measures, more on your faculty, faculty rank, faculty salary, and then we get down to like number 43 and 44, and I'd like you to find the sheet in your packet that looks like this, that says accountability, excellence, contextual measures. Okay. We're doing this in response to House Bill 736, and I think I put that in your, I hope maybe you have it in your packet. I don't see it in mine. Oh, you do? Okay. Oh, yeah, I do have it. Okay. Well, this very first part, let me tell you where it starts. Okay, item number 10, that's on the 10 and 11 on the page 2 here. You'll see that institutions, and this will start next year, not this year, but next year. Institutions will be required to post on their internet sites all this information that you see on page 1 and page 2. All the rest of them besides number 10 and 11 we already have. And what we're going to do, and we're going to start with it this fall, we'll have another link at the top that will say faculty, and we'll put a conglomeration of all these measures that deal with your faculty, so that if you prefer not to run that all yourself, you can just link to our page. So hopefully that will help you and save you a little bit of time and effort. The one thing, parts that we didn't have, 2 parts, are number 10 and 11. So you can see that we have asked you, and this will be institutionally input data. So when accountability opens, and we'll be expecting you guys to go in and fill out this information. You'll see it once the new system is available. And we've sent this already out to the institution, so all of you probably should have seen this, but it's just to give you another heads up that you're going to be needing to fill this information in, and so if you want to start gathering it, probably would make sense. And it will replace number 44 there on the website. And I think maybe nursing is in 2 places, and we're just going to have it in 1 place. But the measures at the bottom are the ones, well, really, I think together they're the ones that are in the Center for Measuring University Performances, nationally recognized entities. Yes, Donna.
Is there any merit to having a not eligible instead of just zeros? if we've got whole categories, we can't even compete in these categories, and so now we're going to have this zero out here that looks like we're not excellent, where we're not even playing in the ball game.
Okay, meaning American Law Institute, and you don't offer any law courses or something like that? Is that what you're
Yeah,
thinking?
and a range of these are very specific.
Let me just say, I don't think we have as of yet. Maybe they have. I know that our IT section is working on formatting these. I would have to make sure that they could take that from you. Anybody else have that same concern? Or would you, rather than having zeros here, should we just leave them blank?
Janet, maybe it could be formatted to where the line wouldn't even appear unless there were some numbers other than zero in there.
Okay.
Just to mention a couple problems.
Yes.
Just a heads
Oh,
up.
thank you.
and Libby will probably, those others that have been playing the NRUF game on this can talk about this.
Yeah.
These are from CUMP, and I have bonded with the guy who does this work for them. First of all, they track them on a calendar, not a fiscal year basis.
Well, that is a question I have.
Yeah,
how we
I'll
wanna,
give you his name. Kevin has it.
I don't know that just because that's the way you report it to them.
Well, the problem is counting these numbers.
Okay.
They're really hard.
Well,
Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson has a whole bunch of competitions, not just one. Figuring out which ones constitute a fellow for CUMP versus which ones they post is not easy. I'll just tell you that it's really complex, and I think I probably volunteered originally in the NRUF process, the CUMP list. So anyway, I think maybe there's some of us that have been chasing these down that we might talk together on a phone or something like that about some of the caveats for trying to look at these degrees, these awards, and how CUMP does it, and trying to verify them. It's not easy. It's really labor intense.
Okay.
And you can never be sure you're done. It's web crawling. And we find we wait for the TERU report to come out because we're never sure, even though we're crawling those sites all the time, we're never sure until we see their number, what their number's going to be. Because it's timing issues and you don't know.
Okay. Well, I think we would be more than happy to leave it to all of you to figure out what you want to do. All we have to do is make sure that we can do item number 11 here on the sheet.
Right. And then on the Nobel Prize winners, one of the things I would caution about that is that U.S. News and World Report requires that those faculty be assigned at 50% or more at the institution. And so what I try to avoid is that we would have differences in data between IPED's U.S. News and World Report and the accountability system or any of our resume stuff, because it really confuses our publics, which typically are our board members and our legislators, not parents. And so then you get them asking, wait, because U.S. News and World Report says X. So you can't report a National Academy member that's working 10% time or 25% time to U.S. News and World Report. You have to do 50% or more. And so then you end up with these different numbers. So that would be another thing that I would caution that we look at. In terms of faculty awards, I'm at the point where, and unfortunately, TERU is always 2 years behind. But if there's a way to let them do the work and agree to their data, although they don't they roll the number up. They don't send out a line-by-line number. So we'd have to have a conversation with their researcher that heads that up. This is a real pain. Well, let me say, it's so slippery you can't get your hands around it. And I don't know if Libby's the only other person that's tried to chase these awards down in the room in the way that we've had to do for NRUF, but it's rotten. And so let us talk to you about trying to figure out a better way to do it, because it's really labor intense.
Okay, so maybe we can do this, since This section of the bill, I think, isn't until next year that it's required. We have built this into accountability for this time. We may leave it out there in terms of what you guys are supposed to put in, but hide it on the side that would show to the public, and let you give us some more input. And I'd probably let you work with Kevin on that part, because it's really coming more from that section. But we'll work with you in any way to help figure out what we need to do to make this. I mean, but you see it here, there's not much we can do about it. So.
I just wanted to comment, we have the same problem at UT System, and we ended up just kind of focusing on the national academies and the Nobel Prizes, I think, for the most part, and maybe some major ones. We shortened our list considerably because we were having some of the issues.
The number and names of awards to faculty members from nationally recognized, including those identified by the Center for Measuring University Performance. They made it very clear to us they wanted everybody.
And I guess the question then would be, do they have to be the most recent years, or do they?
And we'll work on that part with you.
It's a complicated process.
Okay. So even though we were actually ready to help with this one, ready to help only by posting the data, but we'll work with our academic affairs section and anybody at the institutions who wants to work with us on this one and get some more information before it has to go out next year. Well, we're assuming these are the names of the awards the faculty member receives. We don't need the names of the faculty members, just the names of the awards. Okay, so Valerie, Libby, and Trish will help us on this one. Okay. Was that the bottom of that page? Oh, good. Okay, now we're on to research expenditures. I think probably most of you know that rather than the separate report that has been sent to us in the past on research expenditures, we're going to be getting this as part of something that you report to us. I think the sources and uses or something, I'm not sure. But it's going to be reported to us automatically in December by your institutions, and we'll report it just like we always have. But the source is going to differ a little bit. If there are any questions or issues with any of these measures, they pretty much match up with either the LBB performance measure, which is why we went to the federal and private research expenditures part of that statement up there, or closing the gaps. So, you want to scroll down, Gabriella? And then we just have it by source. We have faculty holding extramural grants. On the patents, that was something that was asked for, requested by your institutions. Every other year we do collect that data, but every non-other year we need you guys to input it, and I think this is the year when you guys have to put it in. So we collect 2 years worth of data, but they're for the past. So last year we used what you reported to us, but this year we need your input. Okay, and institutional efficiency and effectiveness. Administrative costs, we get that from the LBB, I think. Space usage efficiency, I'm not going to go into that because I definitely don't know much about it, but I know our facilities folks have been working carefully with your facilities folks over quite a long period of time on the facilities measure that's there. There you see the appropriated funds per FTE faculty. Somebody was asking about that. And we have Hub. Scroll down, please. Hub we get from the comptroller's office. Operating expense per FTE student, total revenue per FTE student and teaching faculty. Okay, let's see. Class size, which we also know we get a lot of questions about. Tuition and fees, E&G, and endowment. Anything else on that page, Gabrielle? And then just breakout of your revenues. And there we're going to put a link to the sources and uses where they can, people who are using this can get a lot more detail. Yes, Joe.
I heard Alan Clark earlier refer to median class size. I know the class size has been reported as a mean for a long time in accountability, and we always put a comment in there about, gee, it sure would be better to report this as a median.
Oh, okay.
But because the data is very skewed.
Okay. We can do that. That's not one of the... Okay. And remember, these won't be for this year. These will be for next year. Number 58. And yeah, and he's asking for a median instead of an average. Okay. Okay. All righty. Because we only have 9 minutes and lots of other things I'd like to talk to you about, we're going to just move on real quickly, unless there's something else you want to discuss. The CBID sign-on process. In the past, when you went in to update the accountability system, there was a password for an institution. If you knew that password, you were okay. This year, they're going to use our CBID process, which you've used if you update your institution's closing the gaps, institutional targets. You used it last time. Each person can sign on, but what we're going to do, because my assumption is that in institutions there are a lot of folks who are looking at and maybe updating comments on the accountability system. I'm going to request that institutions give me the name of the person who's their coordinator. We'll give that person a kind of administrator level password for their institution, and then that person can say to anybody from their institution, okay, here I'm going to approve you to access the accountability system's input system. So that won't have to happen through us, because I won't know who I should be doing. And we've never had to worry about that in the past, since you just had a single password that you could pass around. So we'll be assuming that we get quite a few people who will be administrators for their institution. So that'll be a little different than it was in the past. Online resume. On this House Bill 736, besides doing the faculty stuff, they also have made some comments and some changes to the online resumes. Now, on page 3 of House Bill 736, it's a big bill, so I didn't want to print out the whole thing. This is probably the link that actually talks about what we're supposed to do, but the wording is exactly the same for the institutions. And so at the very bottom of the page, they have changed it from saying that the online resume should be in a prominent place on the first frame of, this would be your institution's homepage. Now they're saying it has to be in a font that's larger than the font of the majority of the items on that page. But I wanted you to know, just so you can start working, and that's it'll be a February 1 due date for that change. Okay, on the, and as I said, that part, that's the section that deals with us, but the section for you is just exactly the same. Then if you turn that over one more page, you'll see the changes that have been made to, this is just a draft that I do in Excel, but the whole thing is in WebFocus, so I can't actually do it like they do. But anything that you see grayed out here is a new presentation of the data. And most of it's not going to be very hard for us. The one thing that you'll want to note is that instead of using coordinating board FADS data for information on financial aid, we are now required to use they say Online Navigator or its successor, really meaning IPEDS data. So we'll be going out and getting IPEDS data for your financial aid measures that we'll be reporting on the online resume. It's going to mean that they're going to differ from what we have in accountability. The only thing we really have in accountability is number who got Pell Grants. But it'll be different than what we use in other things. But you see the instructions on page 4 where it talks about of the House Bill 736. You see in section E there on page 4 the instructions to us to use College Navigator for that information. Okay? So won't be the same as it was in the past. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. There was another House bill that I don't know how many of you will be involved with, but House Bill 1781 requires the coordinating board, all state agencies, and all higher education institutions to report by next year on the reporting that you do. Yes. Okay, so we have long been kind of trying to keep track of this, the number of reports you actually report to us by name. We call it the reporting report. Yeah, oh, font, yeah. Isn't that nice? Maybe you can do 11.1 instead of 11 or something, I don't know. House Bill 1781. We are working on it from our end because we have to do not only reports that we report to other people, but what institutions report to us. We're working with SPUPSI, and I see Risa's already left, and other folks. Oh, she moved. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, she's ready to get out of here. Anyway, we've been working with groups there. You'll probably be getting some information from SPUPSI or us or somebody on the reports that we know that you do to us. Now, institutions report to a lot of folks other than us. And I hate to be selfish, but we're really only concerned in the reports you send to us. We don't care what goes to DPS or TCEQ or anybody else, because we have enough trouble just keeping track of the ones that you do to us. And what we intend to do is work with our IT staff to come up with some kind of tool that will be online where we'll list all the reports, list a contact name for those reports here at the coordinating board, give links to how the data is collected, links to how the data is used if possible, and the due dates if they're under our control. So we're hoping that this will become a useful process. But if you want to coordinate with us, and we certainly want your input as we go along and try to make sure we've identified all the reports that are out there. Some of them, they're particularly interested in ones that have statutory requirements. This bill says everything that we don't say is needed and was passed before 2009 will disappear as a reporting requirement. That might be great for you guys, but it's going to be a problem for us if you don't have to report to us anymore. So we know we want to work together, and we'd like for higher ed as much as possible to speak as one voice, so it'll be very clear what what people agree with and what they don't, and what we should get rid of. Because if there are things like the URRS, and another one I can think of that I hear about is the affordability, access and affordability report is one I know we tried to get rid of this last time and it didn't go. There are others that we have suggested getting rid of, and maybe if we all work together, some of them will disappear. And there actually were quite a few this last time that did disappear. Timely graduation, I know I get some requests on that, and we run it. We're going to post it. It may already be out there because we know that people are interested in the data themselves, but you don't have to report it to your boards any longer. So, and 1 minute left. House Bill 9, which I also gave you, I thought if you didn't know about House Bill 9, you'd be interested in reading through it. Now, it's got really tight deadlines. Originally, when we were thinking about what should the accountability groups do this year, I thought your review of the best practices document that we're contracting with, I think NCHEMS or WICHE to do, would be a really good function for this group. That wasn't what others thought, so that didn't happen. But as you'll note in here, I've tried to highlight a few of the things that I thought were important in terms of measures. There's a lot of mention about success measures, alternative funding, and so anyway, just something you might find very useful. 3 o'clock on the dot. So, but you don't have to rush off. You can stay around if you want. Anyway, anybody have any questions? Anything else you'd like us to talk about today, or that you'd like us to try to get information out to you? Okay. Thank you very much for participating. So in the next week or so, no promises about how soon, I'll try to get back out a printed version of what's on the screen with the changes that we talked about. And I'll also send with that the assignments that we talked about and who's agreed to participate in those. Okay? Thank you.